Welcome everybody to Umineko. I am Malleable Persona, and I've got with me as usual. Also welcoming Quinn.
Hi Quinn, how you doing?
Aha! That's where my chat went. Chat fucking disappeared, and it hid behind the stream there. There we go.
So what have you been up to the last week? Stream last.
I've been looking into the setting and rulebook for Exalted, which is a game by White Wolf / Onyx Press.
Yeah, I mostly know Exalted through some Tales from Tabletop stuff. I think the specific one that I remember it from was a 4chan post group where it was like some like telling this dramatized story of like what happened in their campaign.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is very interesting because you do not start out as like a rat catcher in that. You are...
Yeah, you started out as a demigod, right?
Yeah, you are ostensibly a demigod, if not a god.
Yeah, you were supposed to be like outright divine from the start.
Yeah, you are outright divine from the start, and it makes you feel that. Like, some sorceries you can get with this, you can just... If you have a straight path to where you're going, you could just yank space and shorten space in front of you.
Excellent.
Yeah, you're not moving faster, the world is just shorter.
Just like warp travel.
Yep.
Traditional warp travel, not 40k warp travel.
Yes, a handle.
So since we started with an Elden Ring song, did you ever like get your character ready?
I did not.
I assume not.
Alright, let me adjust audio levels a little bit more. Because, yeah, as you might notice, we are using a different...
interface.
different mod. This is Umineko Project.
Get her face, that's what I said. Not interface. Get her face. Sure. Got the...
Yes, this is Umineko Project, which does a better job of blending the features of the Steam version and the PS3 version.
Lay down, cat.
Like,
if you're gonna be up here, you gotta lay down first on my fucking file. Damn.
We have a whole section for tips, so now we know what the Peanuts thing is for.
Which is great, because I had never heard of that before, despite all of the fucking manga I read.
Yeah, like, never heard of this. This might be like a colloquial thing, like certain regions of Japan, or maybe it's just a thing people don't talk about.
Could also just be older, you know, like it fell out of you past 20, 30 years, which would be like, obviously I wouldn't run into it. I don't read manga from the 70s and 80s very often.
That's fair, though, like, a lot of people who work in manga are actually fairly old. Even today, so... It kinda depends.
Just falls out of my thigh.
So yeah, we'll still be adjusting audio levels a little bit to make it work.
This is an ongoing process. We did 0 testing before this.
Yeah.
Because we are deeply unprofessional.
Yes. But I think that's good. And yeah, we have chapters. So we know this is called Invitation to Fantasy, which I think I'll actually change the stream title to. We are not back in the mansion.
I know I had a joke for my topic, but I don't remember the one. Okay, it's a reference to Warlord's Battle Cry. Fuck. Oh, God. Anyhow, I have been spending. I finally got off my ass to like get some characters ready for Tuesday, 14th. Because I've just been playing an in-game character lately because I got tired of playing Sarah. Which is fair because I've been playing her for fucking 2 years now. Like I just wanted to play something else.
That is fair, yes.
So I made a. I got Lady Cave up to par, and Godslayer Fauna just isn't going to get there. Like, maybe if I had the day off, I could do it, but, like, she still needs to go to Subterranean Hunting Ground and fight Moog down there, Sewer Moog.
Yeah, it's interesting you have to beat both Radon and Moog to open up the DLC.
Do you?
That's what I was told.
I don't see the connection there, honestly. I can't think of anything that you would need to actually kill Radon for. Because as far as we know, it's just like, you gotta go touch Mikula's cocoon, right? Touch the withered hand, etc., etc.
Let me see. To access Shadow of the Air Tree, you must defeat Scourge Radon before beating Moog.
Maybe it's like a the stars have to be like moving thing.
That would make sense.
Maybe that's what's going on because he arrested Fate.
Yeah, so
Locked the stars in.
Yeah, if Mikula basically pulled the same shit as Ronnie, it would make sense that we need to have Fate moving again.
Yeah, although that's weird though because it's only the Carrions that it's not the rest of the Golden Order. It's just the Carrion. Fate's tied to the stars.
I think it's actually all the Empyreans.
I guess we'll get answers when it drops in like fucking 20 days, but still.
But yes.
I don't know what's going on.
Yes, according to my sources here, that will be the requirement.
Interesting. Okay, but like I kill like literally every boss.
Yeah.
Just because I like people keep saying that like the huge open world like detracts from replayability, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Do you understand how many bosses I kill each time I play the game? I've made like 15 entirely unique character concepts, played through the entire game with all of them. Like the whole game. I skip maybe like a literal few side dungeons and that's it. Like if I don't need I don't know, like the Spelldrake Talisman. I cannot believe I'm anyway, if I don't need the baseline unupgraded fucking Spelldrake Talisman for something, I'm not gonna go to Earthborn Cave like fight that fucking like it's just not gonna happen. Because fighting room mirrors is annoying as fuck.
Yeah, once you learn the game,
almost every other fucking dungeon, I'm gonna go to one because it's more dungeon. It's more gameplay.
Yeah, like it is very replayable. I don't know what people are talking about, and they also don't know what people are complaining about when Miyazaki says, "Oh, it's gonna take 30 hours." Because A, that's still good for the price. B, Miyazaki has consistently been wrong, because he said it was going to take 30 hours for people to complete Elden Ring Vanilla.
I think what he means there is critical path. Just the main story only. It might actually only take you 30 hours to kill, like, let's see. Godric, or you go fight Margit, then you kill Godric, then you go fight Renala, and then you go to Altus Plateau and fight fucking the
yeah, and like
Shade of Godfrey, and then you fight Morgoth, and then you go to the mountaintops, and then you kill the fire giant, then you kill, so on and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's tons of differences on like how people play and their experiences as well for critical path. So yeah, 30 hours just it doesn't mean anything, to be perfectly honest. Like I know
like I remember seeing a fucking article where he said like there's a whole region that we're gonna go to that is bigger than Limgrave, and I'm like, fuck yeah, buddy, let's go.
Yeah, like, give that to me.
And I think it said like 10 unique bosses as well. So I'm like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen in the side dungeons, but 10 completely unique bosses, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, fucking 10 unique bosses, and then, however many, side dungeon bosses. Like, yeah, I am very excited.
I don't think we're gonna get Ronnie's Great Rune in the DLC, considering like what it's on. But I want Ronnie's Great Rune. Damn it!
That's fair.
She should have given it to me.
So
this should have been one of the rewards for finishing her quest. Is like giving me my her Great Rune. Like I'm gonna repair the Elden Ring, so you might as well give it to me.
Yeah, for sure. I would have liked that. I agree, but I don't even know what the hell happened to her Great Rune after she did what she did.
She put it on her fucking Dark Moon. Like, you can see it on her Dark Moon when you see her Dark Moon on the Moonlight. That Mana Celeste. Yeah, the fucking church of it.
Gotcha.
If you look up, you can see both Vernala's full moon and Ronnie's Dark Moon. If you look closely at Ronnie's Dark Moon, you can see the shape of a rune.
Gotcha. Alright, so, summing up last week, because it has been a week.
Shit to talk about.
Oh, you still got shit?
Yeah, like, I mean, I've been working on fucking Rebus.
Oh, yeah, that's right, you've been working on a Rebus
shit.
character.
Which, like, I've come around on the idea that, America Radagon is this, not just a typical god with different aspects, because America and Radagon have explicitly different motivation, right?
Yeah, like they are.
It's like even said like that's like a fucking spoiler there. That one with them having different motivation because like it's said in the fucking opening cutscene where she fucking shattered the Elden Ring and he tried to repair it. So obviously they're at odds. They're two separate personalities. But I've come around on the idea of them being a Rebus, like which for people who don't know what a Rebus is, it's the you shouldn't use this word outside of this context or talking about animals, but it's what's called a divine hermaphrodite. Okay, in alchemy, it's a thing because it's not like talking about an actual person.
Yeah, like it is specifically tied to alchemy in particular.
Yep.
It's often depicted as a two-headed person, but does not have to be.
Yes, it's literally like a man-made divine being that contains duality within it. Yeah, in alchemy, the androgyne is divine. Yes, because it reconciles the two extremes, right?
Yeah,
Like the androgyne being like just a representation of the two extremes. You could also use fire and ice, light and dark, life and death. Like any two extremes. If you can make them reconcile, you have a Rebus.
Yeah.
Of course, in actual alchemy, you're not supposed to have more than one Rebus. It's sort of like the Godhead in that, like, there's only supposed to be one. Like, once you make one, it is duality of all things in one, not just duality of one, like two different extremes. So it's everything, which is why it's also depicted as being like the Red King and the White Queen, which is another point in favor of Radagon and America being a Rebus. Because, Red King, Radagon has red hair, he's the king consort. America has golden white hair, she's the queen.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very on the nose if you know what, like, anything about alchemy. I just wasn't thinking about alchemy when I was playing the fucking game. Because, it's just so Celtic.
Yeah, like, it doesn't lean too far into alchemy except for, like, a couple things.
Yeah, it's mainly just like the rune, like the Great Runes and America.
Yeah, Great Runes, America, kind of what Ronnie stuff a little bit. Mainly her one retainer that's big into the puppets.
Celibus?
Yeah, Celibus, that's it.
That's very fantasy alchemy.
Yeah, I mean, it is fantasy alchemy, though,
It's
you're right.
not like actual, like, real life alchemy philosophy stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, the Great Runes are very obviously, like, part of that as well, because the symbol of the Philosopher's Stone in traditional alchemy is what's called the squared circle. And if you take a look at the squared circle and compare it to some Great Runes, you might see what I mean. Especially the Elden Ring itself, like the modern Elden Ring of the Golden Recorder, because if you've actually been paying attention to like the other areas and other fucking gauges, the Elden Ring changes its shape depending on who the Lord and the God is. Give me my screen back. The cat like gave me some static. I shot my keyboard and turned off my fucking monitor.
Whoopsie.
Anyway, I was mostly thinking about like Celtic stuff because like even if you put like this like high medieval armor and weapons in Elden Ring, like everything about Elden Ring just looks so incredibly Celtic. Like the Great Runes themselves look like a Celtic as well, you know. But like once someone turned me onto the idea of like, hey, maybe this is an alchemy thing, I was like, oh, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, Melina is extremely Celtic.
Yeah, it's like they took Celtic shit, specifically George R. R. Martin took Celtic shit and mashed it together with alchemy. It's like, hey, here you go. How about this?
Yeah.
Like, fuck yeah, buddy. That's cool as shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can see why he was, you know, really excited for that project, just because he got to do some new shit.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I've never read A Song of Ice and Fire, right?
Right.
So I don't know exactly how high fantasy base material is, but the Game of Thrones show is not very high fantasy. It's like low or mid fantasy, right? There is not magic everywhere. There's just like a little bit of magic at the fringes, and it always costs something very, very high.
Yeah, so yeah, it is like mid at best, probably low fantasy.
Yeah, so like he managed to make a fucking high fantasy world here. It's just like, yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Can you believe there are people who say that like fucking George R. R. Martin's involvement was a PR stunt? Like, bitch.
No, I can see his
Have
fingerprints.
you actually looked at this?
Yeah, like, I can see his fingerprints all fucking over that game.
Yeah, it's very obviously like a Miyazaki fucking project as well. You can see both of their fucking influence on it. It's so readily.
Yeah,
Again, like I haven't even read A Song of Ice and Fire, and I can see his fucking working, right? Like it's so obvious.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just his style.
Yeah, especially the groups of assassins. The two different groups of assassins.
The Black Knives and
The Skin.
Knights Cavalry.
Oh, I was gonna...
There's also the Godskin.
Godskin. Yeah.
The Godskin Apostles.
Yeah. Like, that is incredibly Martin. And then Miyazaki's hands is all over how these high, you know, these high aspiration characters got corrupted.
That's also Martin, though, I think. It's not just Miyazaki.
True, but Miyazaki did kind of say, basically, we had Martin come up with a backstory, and then we shifted it to the what is modern day in the game.
Yeah, like I don't remember exactly. No, I don't know if anyone ever said when Martin stopped, but I would imagine it was like just before the Shadow, right?
Yeah,
Like, just set everything up and got everything ready. Then Miyazaki and the rest of the writers went, okay, we can do some shit with this one.
yeah, exactly. And of course, I'm
and
sure
then
they
pull the Shattering.
Yeah, and I'm sure they had conversations about the Shattering afterwards and stuff, but it shifted who was the primary writers.
Yeah, and like their styles are very similar in the first place because like they both get their inspiration from the same shit.
Yeah, it's just that.
Like, you can really tell that with Dark Souls and Bloodborne. It's like, it's very Western. Like,
Oh,
it's got
yeah.
a lot of Western concepts. And, of course, a lot of Japanese. But,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
it's-
what I like in particular is Miyazaki leans into providing an experience he had as a child, which was only half understanding Western myths and Western fairy tales.
because he wasn't quite fluent yet, yeah.
Yeah, not quite fluent, so
Which
it's
is
just
great, because, like, I get the same feeling from fucking Japanese shit, so, like, I know where he's coming from on this one.
yeah, exactly. So there's this kind of almost dreamlike quality to it, and you get that with a lot of Dark Souls and Elden Ring and stuff.
Yeah, like, I did the same thing with The Wandering God, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's great, I love it.
All right. Anything else to add?
Ones. Setting up the kettle for it. Let's see. Oh. I don't know. Like, once I got turned on to the idea of alchemy and everything sort of slid into place, and that I'm just sort of sitting here. Now I want to make this. If I could make one in real life, that'd be cool. But like, I don't think that's quite a thing. So even if it were possible, I just simply don't have those kinds of resources. I'm just gonna write one instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, I'm working under the idea of the Rebus name Misha, because that name means who is like God, as a question. So it's like posing a question to the person who has the name and who was named. It's like I really like that.
Yeah, the
current story I've got in my brain is actually that someone else made a Rebus to begin with, and then that Rebus became the god of the new world and made Misha as an experiment.
Ooh, that's very nice.
Like a second generation Rebus, more or less, and it was like, and the whole idea is that like, no matter what Misha does, the first Rebus is going to look at it and be like, okay, so that is the true nature of a Rebus, of life. Because it is untouched by flawed mortal hands. Therefore, whatever Misha does is the true nature of life, regardless of whether that's actually right or whether I personally, the author, agree with it. I think that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting, in fact.
I think you could make a fucking amazing Souls-like out of the ideas of a Rebus and, like, alchemy in general. Like, that would be amazing, and I don't know why no one's done it yet.
Yeah, that's
the
actually...
closest we got is, like, Salt and Sanctuary and Salt and Sacrifice with the salt thing.
Yes.
That's what we got.
Because salt is the element of the body in alchemy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why spirits in Salt and Sanctuary will not drop salt.
Yeah. Because, like, if people have played this game, there's an optional boss that's somewhat hidden, where you use a hook shot and a whole bunch of other tools to, like, fucking climb up a tree and up into a floating castle in the sky. And there is a boss up there that does not drop any salt, and it's because she is not physical. She's not a physical being. So she doesn't have a body for you salt from. And I didn't realize that until I was thinking about it while talking to Mel about the fucking alchemy last night.
Yep. Yeah, I would not have thought of it.
Super good. And I'm the alchemy nerd here, so like, you know, shit's got to be subtle like that before even I won't pick up on it. So like, I want someone to make an alchemy-based Souls. Like we've already got like puppets, and that was pretty close. Still not quite, because like they made up some unobtainium bullshit. You know, the Ergo.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
They made that up instead of like using, you know, prima materia or Iliaster or something like that.
Yeah.
You know? So it's got all the like the trappings of alchemy, but it's actually just any of the actual philosophies for the most part. It's all about fate and all that shit, which is cool and everything. But I'm just sort of like, nah, give me an alchemy one. Now that I've got that idea in my brain, I'm just stuck on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Alchemy is cool. You guys should read about alchemy. Obviously, some of it is ridiculous, but it's very much not just medieval chemistry.
Yeah,
it's the origin point for chemistry, but it's also
there's
not
a lot
just that.
Yeah, there's a lot of philosophy, a lot of esoteric stuff that you can miss out on.
Hell, it's nearly a religion. It is like explicitly an attempt by man to build a relationship with divine through creating divine.
Yeah, exactly. And you could probably see some crossover between that and, like, cultivator stories to an extent.
Maybe. There's definitely, like, that commonality of, like, the divine medicine and shit like that.
Yeah. Now,
the main difference here, though, is that alchemy is external, cultivation internal.
Mm-hmm.
Which vastly changes the methodology and philosophy surrounding. It's not just what kind of magazine it's not just a different method of the same thing.
Yeah, like, it is definitely a lot more external, but also, like, to an extent, improvement of the self is also kind of in there.
Yeah, and we are definitely not the first people to think of that, by the way.
Oh, 100% not.
I was about to say that, Quinn, yeah. There are some one-to-one mappings between alchemical concepts and cultivation concepts. Because, like, for one thing, like, 400 years ago, I don't remember the alchemist or the source, but an alchemist started using the symbol of the yin-yang to represent the prima materia.
Yeah.
Which, for those of you who don't know, the prima materia is primordial chaos. It's the fundamental building blocks of all reality and all things in general. It's unaspected matter. It's the stuff that, like, gods are supposed to have made the world out. Which sounds a whole hell of a lot like yin-yang, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Unaspected something in eternal balance with itself.
Yeah, and as Quinn says, like, the energy center at the heart of a person is called the elixir field for a reason.
Yeah. There are definitely some, like, one-to-one mappings between some, absolutely. Which is, I think it's really interesting. I wonder, I'm not an anthropologist, but I would like to find out how much of that one-to-one concept is from cultural cross-pollination. You know?
Yeah.
It's like from fucking people from both sides, like, talking to each other. And seeing, like, how much of that came from there, and, like, what is unique to each side, and so on and so forth. But I think that would be, like, an entire fucking doctorate thesis on its own, and I simply do not have that kind of time.
Yeah. Absolutely fair. So, like I was saying before, if we want to go ahead and sum up last week.
Go ahead, yeah.
Alright, so last week, we followed more of Ange's investigations into whatever happened on Rokenjima, which definitely sounds like more than a fire to me. But either way, she got some of the information, concluding that whoever wrote the letters is also the Beatrice that, whoever wrote the messages in the bottle, rather, is the same person that Maria had been corresponding with. Because she wrote a note in Maria's journal. After that, after finding a hotel, she went ahead and got the stakes of purgatory. Well, rather, one stake, because all the other ones are lost or destroyed. And tried to summon up all of them, despite Maria's warnings. And I think only got to 5 of them. And
I don't remember.
And then she passed the fuck out. And that's where we get to here.
Amber,
Yeah. That's
what
right.
is wrong with you?
Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power which could save me from my sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was the thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics.
広大な空間をイメージ。峠のドライブインから麓を見下ろした時の風景。
Imagine a vast space, scenery when I look down the base of the mountain from the rest stop and peak.
Yeah, it's still a little loud.
Cool.
I'm so glad that's like someone else involved in all this knows like anything about alchemy. It is not just me. Thank you, Quinn.
Yes.
It's like one of the things was like when I was young, like I started getting into folklore and all that stuff. And I had a bunch of people just like shoving a bunch of alchemy stuff at me. Fucking all right. Oh man. Well, I mean that's not that much worse than me, I guess, because like I haven't studied in like 10 years. It's been a while, so I'm very rusty on everything. So, like this.
Projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal little girls get over their admiration of magical girls during elementary school. Training in absolute earnest to use magic at this age, I have to say I'm embarrassed of myself. But even that embarrassed emotion felt pleasant to me now. Right now I was learning mental concentration from Maria in order to use magic, but it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as going to a person who can wiggle their ears, asking them how they do it, and expecting to learn anything at all from their demonstration. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remember the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation, and I had looked down towards the base of a mountain from a viewing platform at a rest stop on the peak, and I tried painting the scene in my mental world.
まだまだ狭い。もっともっと広い空間をイメージして。
No, still far too small. Imagine a much, much wider space.
そして、エンジェだけの新象世界を作り上げるの。
And create your very own mental
Galaxy brain
world.
time.
Hmm?
Galaxy brain time.
Yes.
まだまだイメージが霞んでる。空気に温度もないし、風もない。
Your image is still far too foggy. There's no temperature in the air and there's no wind.
匂いもない。
No smells either.
まだまだ世界が希薄。
The world is still very thin.
それらは後でもいいから、今はとにかくもっと広い世界をイメージして。
You can leave those for later, so for now just imagine a wider space.
ウリュウ、どうして広い空間のイメージが必要なの？
Why do you have to imagine a wide space?
人間の体内には生まれながらにして魔法を妨げる毒素があるんだよ。
From the time they're born, humans have inside them a toxin that blocks magic.
その毒素を浄化しないと魔法はうまく使えないの。
If you don't purge yourself of that toxin, you can't use magic well.
そのために有効な方法の一つが広大な空間をイメージすることなんだよ。
One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space.
さっきは飛行機の窓から見た世界を思い描いたけど、それもダメだったわ。もっと広大な世界なんて見当もつかない。
Just now, I thought of the world as seen from a window in an airplane. That didn't work either. A world more vast than that, can't even imagine.
なら、マリアの持つ広大な世界をエンジェにも教えてあげればいいよ。
Alchemy senses, a little bit. Now that I'm actually thinking in alchemy again, first time in a decade.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's definitely some element of that in there.
sort of upset with myself for letting like this stuff slip by me before.
Yeah, let's see. It
Voices
was.
are louder.
Yeah, sorry if I burst any eardrums. Let's see.
源氏と申します。
Let's see. Is that
Is
about
the
better?
volume of our voices fine, or is it that the stream stuff is, or the game stuff is too loud? So that's the real question.
Yeah, so let's see. Alright, that's probably about as...
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll try it with that. In that case, Maria,
She
why
look at me like that cat.
don't you just tell Angie about the vast world you
そ
have?
したらエンジェにもイメージがしやすくなるんじゃない？
Won't that make it easy for Angie to imagine as well?
うりゅう！
そうね。私も、お姉ちゃんはどんな世界をイメージして魔法を使ってるのか、興味があるわ。
That's right. Oh, that's you. Sorry.
That's right. I'm interested in the kind of world you imagine too, Maria.
私もそれを参
Although
考に
Angie
す
isn't a
る。
witch at this point, so whatever. I'll use it as a reference as well.
ダメだよ。新象世界は広大で、そして孤独じゃないといけないの。
Yeah, it won't work. The mental world must be vast and
自
isolated.
分以外に一切遮るものがない世界。
A world with absolutely no obstructions other than yourself.
だから、その世界を人に教えたら、その世界は孤独ではなくなってしまう。
Which means if you tell someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore.
だから、新象世界は誰にも明かしちゃダメなの。
So you can't reveal your mental world to
だ
anyone.
からエンジェも、上手に新象世界を描けたら、それは自分だけの秘密の世界にするんだ
I
よ。
think that's the wrong approach to it. I think like a good inner world, one that's unique to you, that reflects you specifically. It doesn't matter if it's isolated or not. It just reflects you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that.
Again, I haven't done alchemy shit in like, a decade, maybe more at this point. I don't know. So I might just be wrong.
So if you manage to draw up a good mental world, you have to keep it a secret only for yourself.
うりゅう、マリアケチンボ。
Maria's a meanie face.
ありがとう、作太郎。修行に近道なしってわけだわ。
Thanks, Sakutaro. I guess there are no shortcuts in training.
努力してみる。
I'll make an effort.
大丈夫。ヒントは十分もらえてるわ。
It's alright, I've been given plenty of hints.
うりゅう、エンジェ、頑張れ。
Do your best, Angie. I had come to think that there was no way I could be saved by something like magic. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing should be nothing more than a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. Fair, yes. The main reason I know about alchemical androgyny is that it means that
Yes.
I personally am a godlike being.
It's completely fair, yes, I understand.
However, Maria had shown that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that was impossible for me. I had been looking down on that happiness as an empty happiness. I had been denying it all, thinking that because I didn't accept magic, I couldn't accept the happiness that came from it either.
There's something fun. You got three, at least I'm pretty sure 3 non-binary people here, right?
Yes,
Okay, just 3 non-binary people. There's something there. I need to connect the dots. Like there's a trinity and also duality with it. I got it. It's something Rebus, something Tria Prima.
Three gods walk into a bar.
Sounds like the start of a shadow.
But Maria's world grew happier and happier. In the past, I had disparaged it, calling it painful to look at, but that might have been nothing more than jealousy. No, you weren't just jealous, she's actively deluding herself on many a thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Especially when it comes to her mother.
Yeah, magic is useless if all it does is fucking believe shit that's not real.
It was time for me
Which,
to
of
admit
course,
that.
like, there's an argument to be made for, like, real being perception and all that stuff, but at the same time, when someone treats you badly, they're treating you badly. It doesn't really matter the fucking reasons for it.
Yeah, like, you can come up with all the excuses you want, and to an extent, that's a defense mechanism, so, I don't disparage anybody in a bad situation for, initiating in a defense mechanism.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
But, recognize it's a defense mechanism and not quite what it should be.
The difference between, like, truth being malleable and self-delusion.
Yeah, I think that's also a thing with Umineko of that being a fine line. Ah, yes. Me. Doing so was my first step in my search for happiness. Vast
That
space.
is so much easier to read than the previous fucking style of scrolling back through the
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
messages.
And it goes all the way back to when you started reading that session.
That's brilliant.
Because I had tested it before, just because I'm like, oh, how far back does this go now that I've noticed it? Yes, and you can also
You also
replay the
click
voice
lines.
lines.
Okay. That's something that I missed that I wanted from the last one.
Yes. And like,
Brilliant.
the 07 mod, or the 07 mod, did what it could with the Steam's game's engine as is, but there was only so much they could do. So I don't disparage that effort, because anybody who's making mods is fantastic. I love you. Well, anyone who isn't making, actively harmful mods, obviously, because there are some of you out there, and fuck you. But other than that,
Alright, I gotta fucking, where's the weight on this fucking bag? Let's see if
a vast space, a dry wind that can blow unobstructed by everything.
I got a full fucking pound of veggie straws.
Very nice.
Let's fucking go.
Let me feel that wind blowing through my hair.
And I got a liter and a half of Doritos. Fruit punch this time.
Very good.
I did find a strawberry one, finally, when I went to La Tienda the other day. Strawberry one is very good, but it doesn't come in the liter and a half ones.
Mmm.
So, I just have like a single small. Their guava is not very good. I think it's just like a conflict between the flavor of guava and the aftertaste of Doritos.
And also, while I remember to, there's the content warnings.
Oh yes, thank you. We haven't posted that in a while.
Yep. And especially with Ange, there is some level of suicidal ideation.
Mm.
So it's good to, remind you, do what's healthy for you with any of these subject matters. Oh, yes, even the ground might block me as I am now. And I don't need it. Push the ground away, downwards, downwards. In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing it further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time I began to feel the sky. Then I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind pass straight through my body. In other words, blow through without any resistance.
That was an unnecessary repetition for Yukishi.
そう。その感覚を維持して。
Yes, maintain that sensation.
ええ、わかる。すべての妨げから解放されてるのがわかる。
Yes, I can feel it. I can tell that I've been released from all hindrances.
You did it, Angie. You did it, Angie.
魔女の世界への最初の第一歩を踏み出した。
You've taken your first step into the world of witches.
これが魔女の世界。
This is the world of witches.
じゃあ、エンジェがずっと望んできた魔法を練習してみよう。
Yeah, so let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for,
お
Angie.
友達を呼び出す魔法。
Magic to summon friends.
エンジェを寂しさから救い出してくれる味方を作り、それによって幸せになる魔法を。
Magic to create allies who will save you from your loneliness and thereby bring you happiness.
Scroll of create friend.
Yeah. Let's see here.
7th level necromancy.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. I'm gonna boost your volume just a little bit.
Am I quiet or something?
Just a little bit, though. Like, I just had to bump it up like 5%.
I don't know if that's a good idea, because, you know, shit, like, you know, George pops up saying, like, oh yeah, we started dating several years ago.
Well, I only bumped up your audio on Discord.
Hmm. Still might blow out Quincy, but we'll see. I'll try.
Yeah, just the wind howling was a little much.
Hmm.
エンジェにも僕みたいなお友達が呼び出せるの？
Will Angie also be able to summon friends like
う
me?
りゅうりゅう今のエンジェにはゼロの海からサクタロほどの友達を呼び出すにはまだまだ早いね。
As Angie is now, it's still far too early for her to summon a friend of your caliber from the Sea of Zero.
最初は呼び出しやすい友達から練習しよう。
For now, let's just start by practicing with friends that are easier to summon.
最初は何を？
What will we begin with?
エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの魔女だから、
Because you are a witch of Mariage Sorcière,
同盟の魔女が刺激する存在はエンジェもまた刺激することが許されてる。
you are also permitted to use those who are employed by other witches in the Alliance.
例えばサクタロは私の友達だけど、同じ同盟のエンジェにとっても友達で、そして召喚
It's
す
a
ることが
weird
できる。
alliance, honestly. Because, like, if I was in an alliance with a bunch of other people, and we each had, like, our own forces, our own servants, I would not expect to be required to lend them to other people at any time, or be able to use other people's servants and forces, right?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah, that's a little bit odd, but also this kind of feels like a ploy kind of thing, because other people in Mariage Sorcière are fucking, you know, Beto. And Beto and Angie are not on the same side in reality. I just have a feeling this whole Mariage Sorcière thing might come crashing down.
I would assume so, right? Like,
What
most
is
of the like signatories to this alliance are like explicitly announced. So
Yeah, because it's Maria, Virgilia, Beato, and Angie. For example, Sakataro's my friend, but since you're in the same alliance, Angie, he's your friend too, and you can summon him. You want to try summoning Sakataro one of these days?
寂しくて辛い時、サクタラがきっと元気づけてくれるよ。
When you're feeling all alone and it's really getting you down, I'm sure Sakataro will cheer you up. Alright, you could call Sakataro a being employed by Maria. So, as a witch in the same alliance as Maria, it's possible for me to summon Sakataro. I met Sakataro's gaze. What a joy it would be to have him just be sitting there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights.
私が呼びかけたら、あなたは現れて話し相手に。
Oh, sorry.
hold on. Veggies are on the mouth.
Aha.
If I call out, will you appear? Talk to me.
エンジェが呼び出してくれるのを楽しみにしてる。
I'm looking forward to you summoning me.
うりうりうりゅ。
Looking happy, Sakataro playfully pressed and rubbed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting this cute younger brother. Left me feeling a bit confused, a bit embarrassed, and a bit happy.
He is
And
a cat, though. Like, explicitly, he's a lion.
Yeah, he's a lion.
Cub.
Unable to understand why I hadn't been able to honestly accept this feeling, and felt tears well up in my eyes.
お姉ちゃん、私頑張るわ。
The biggest difference between, like, lions and house cats, aside from, like, the literal size, is that lions can't purr. That's it. Okay, I'll give it all I've got, right?
Yeah, and I think they're one of the only big cats who can't.
Well, I'm pretty sure that, like, one of the delineations between, like, big cat and small cat is whether
じゃあ、
those large cats,
練習をし
like,
て
big
みよ
cats
う。
like roar instead, or they chuff. And,
Oh, that's right. A lot of them do the chuffing sound. And let's try and practice.
同じ同盟の魔女、ベアトリーチェの家具を呼び出してみよう。
Let's try summoning furniture of a witch from the same alliance, Beatrice. And this is another thing, this is how Beatrice's name is displayed.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, the only big cat that can purr is the cheetah. That's it.
Oh, that's right. I had it the other way around. It's just a cheetah that can purr.
Mhm. Okay, that's good enough.
Yep.
Cheers, man.
But yeah, this is the kind of font face that they use for Beatrice throughout.
ベアトリーチェの家具。
Beatrice's furniture.
Hearing Beatrice's name mentioned gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokkenjima, the public had made a lot of noise about it being a witch's sacrificial ritual or something like that. And that witch was Beatrice. So, if the culprit of that crime was a witch, would mean that this very woman was the culprit who took away my family. However, according to Maria, Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, who would get mad, argue with me, and call me mean, and refuse to talk to me for a while. Dude, it's Beatrice's fault that you and your mom are stuck in a loop of getting killed.
Mm.
Like, come on, Maria.
She got that heavy self-delusion.
Yeah. Maria was my only close friend right now. So to avoid worsening the mood of my close friend, I had decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than Maria's magic master. And anyway, my belief is that the crime was a murder plot hatched by Aunt Ava. Someday I'm definitely gonna bring that all to light.
エンジェ、また体内に妨げが混じってるよ。
Angie, obstructions are mingling inside your body
ご
again.
めんなさい。集中を書いたわ。
Sorry, my fucking mind is wandering now. Started thinking about people claiming that like Elden Ring is the same as all the other Souls games where like you don't fight things in their prime now. Like we always fight weakened versions. It's like what? What? The only things that we don't fight at their prime are Radon and Radagon explicitly, but we fight the Elden Beast at its prime.
Yeah, the Elden
Right.
Beast is fine. Let's see.
Like fucking Melania actively gets stronger when she's fighting us.
Yeah, Melania. Who really should be a Sekiro boss.
It's like Godric has never been more powerful than he is when we take him out. Like
Yeah.
there's like two bosses in the entire game that we don't fight in their prime. and it's Radon and Radagon.
Yeah. Like, you can say that, like, Ronnie and Marika's plans weaken the Elden Beast, but how much really?
Right? Like how much? How much though? Can we even tell? Like we can see that it's injured by the crack on its chest, but that's it. That's all we got.
Yep.
もう一度。
I guess like Placidusax we don't fight in Prime because like he's missing 3 heads or whatever, so
Yeah, so there is that.
there's that one. Okay. But we absolutely fight fucking Godfrey and Horaloo in his prime. So
Yeah, no.
I don't want to hear shit. Rykard has never been more powerful than he is when we kill him. You know, it's
Yeah, like,
why do people think that we're not fighting the gods at their full strength? Because we are. That's how we earn our spot as Elden Lord.
yeah. Like, it's the environment that's fucked, not the people in this case.
Yeah, it's the environment and their behavior that's fucked, not their actual like abilities. They're mostly like just as powerful as they've always been.
Yeah, I would also say Moog probably hasn't been as powerful. Like, Moog is at his most powerful when we fight him, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Like, and he also actively gets more powerful during our fight with him. Like, he rapidly mutates halfway through the fight when he does his blood ritual, drawing on even more power of the Formless Mother. And it's like, no, these people are getting more powerful as we fight them the same way that we are. They just reset when we die and we don't.
Yep.
Although, like, I guess we do because, like, then we gotta, like, rebuff ourselves with the rune arc. Whatever. Close enough.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time.
Maria is really something. She instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through the vast sky.
煉獄の七姉妹。なんだか物騒な名前ね。
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. That's pretty creepy.
でも、とっても賑やかで楽しい子たちだよ。
But they're very energetic and fun girls.
エンジェの新しいお友達になってくれるかもしれない。
They might become your new friends, Angie.
まずは、私が呼び出してみせるね。
I'll summon them
見
first.
てて。
Watch. Maria lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. A state that I could not attain without meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then a pale blue light began to gather in her palms. One by one, the girls began to show themselves. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was overwhelmingly impressive. Incredible. 7 Sisters of Purgatory, just like the illustrations in Maria's grimoire. The younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted Maria.
煉獄の7姉妹、ここに。
Seven sisters of ritual, right here.
マリア卿、ご無沙汰を申し上げております。
Lady Maria, it has been quite some time.
久し
I
ぶ
guess
りだ
that's why
ね。
they were capitalizing the names before in the previous translation was to indicate katakana.
Yeah, probably. Yep, long time no
み
see.
んなも元気？
Are y'all doing okay?
我ら家具は、刺激されてこそ家具。久しぶりのお呼び出しを、心より光栄に思います。
We furniture our furniture because we are. I consider it an honor from the very heart to have been summoned the first time.
サク太郎！お久しぶり！
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. But
Yep, that makes sense.
Asmodeus, please stop. That is a child. It's been so long. Ah,
相変わらず美味しいじゃなかった。かわいい。
Beelzebub, please.
you look as delicious. I mean, cute as ever.
私が一番。今日もふかふかプニプニしててかわいい。
After so long spent without the fucking like sync all, this is real weird.
It's true. Like, it's gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm first. He's so fluffy, squishy, and cute.
私にも抱かせて、私にも抱かせて。
Girls, please. Let me hug him too. Let me hug him too.
うりゅう、苦しい。
Can't breathe.
僕は逃げないから離してみんな。
I won't run away, so let me go, everyone.
こら！あんたたち！マリア卿の家具を壊す気？
Hey, are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture?
とにかく離れなさいよ。抱きしめるの禁止。
Just get away from him. Hugging is prohibited.
そう言ってるサタン姉が一番抱きしめたがってるよ。
And yet you're the one who looks like you want to hug him the most.
私は別にあんなふかふかなプニプニのワフワフなんて
Sure.
興味ないんだから。
Classic poor lot from weird Japanese media.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any interest in something so fluffy and squishy and cuddly, okay?
こら！マリア卿とエンジェ様の御前よ。静かになさいこの愚昧ども。
Hey, be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Lady Ange, Greetness sister.
They were so energetic. The sudden burst of activity as soon as they appeared left me stunned. And even greater than that was my surprise that the innocent Sakataro was on such good terms with the Seven Sisters.
意外。サク太郎があんな物騒な連中にこんなに可愛がられてるなんて。
Fuck out of here! That's unexpected. To think that Sakataro will be so loved by such a dangerous bunch of people.
同じ同盟の仲間たちだもん。
They're fellow members of the same alliance.
怖くなんかないよ。
There's nothing to be scared of, you know?
でも、万が一彼女らの機嫌を損ねちゃったら、サク太郎、あっという間にやられちゃいそう。
I mean, they could. Doesn't mean they're going to. Like, if your dog upset you, are you gonna snap its neck? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Just because you can doesn't mean you're going to. Damn. But if Sakataro were to do something to upset them, it looks like they could finish him off in an instant.
大丈夫。同盟の魔女とその家具はみんな仲良しなの。
It's alright, the witches of the Alliance and their furniture are all friendly with each other.
だからサク太郎も安心して遊べるの。
So Sakataro can play without worrying.
それはもちろん、私やエンジェも同じだよ。
Of course, that goes for you and me too, Angie. one of the treaties of Mariage Sorcière. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who were normally extremely combative and dangerous, interacted with fellow Alliance members as friends. To the Seven Sisters, Sakatara was a common friend.
Fucking cat, I swear.
He was loved by all of the Seven Sisters, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. Just pick him up like a football.
Hot potato time.
The scene as they all surrounded him and loved him was actually a bit
なる
charming.
ほど。マリアージュ・ソルシエールの仲間同士なのね。
I see their fellow members marry our sorcier.
At a glance, you'd think that Sakatara's easygoing atmosphere and the Seven Sisters' unsettling one would be like water and oil. They looked like they'd never be compatible. And yet, they were interacting in such a friendly way, as if it was completely natural. Listen, just because somebody murders their day job doesn't mean they don't like to have fun on the weekends.
Amber!
If all the people of the world could be joined in this wonderful alliance, I wonder if the whole world could immediately become friends. Yeah.
Fucking doubt.
Yeah, big doubt.
七姉妹のみんな聞いて。
All you Seven Sisters, listen.
今エンジェは魔法の修行中なの。
Right now, Angie is in the middle of magic training,
だからみんなの力を貸してほしいの。
so I want all of you to lend her your power.
かしこまりました、マリア卿。しかし、
Certainly.
具体的には何を？
But what specific?
君たちを権限させる魔力を私からエンジェに移す。
I will move the magical power manifesting you from me to
その
Angie.
状態でいつも彼女の身近にいてあげてほしいの。
I want you to stay close by her all the time in that
彼
state.
女の話し相手になったりしてあげるだけでいい。
Fuck, dude. I just had like the meme of someone sitting on the couch and like a bunch of people standing behind. Pop into my head and just Angie on the couch and the Seven Sisters behind her.
Yeah. I know there's one of those for Battler, but I think I even showed you it.
I think you did, yeah.
All you have to do is talk with her and stuff like that.
恐れながら、エンジェ様の魔力では、私たち七姉妹すべてを四六時中呼び出し続けるのは容易なことで
Yeah,
はない
Lucifer,
かと。
that's the fucking point. It's not training if it's easy. What? My apologies, but with Lady Angie's magical power, I suspect it will not be easy for her to continually summon all seven of us around the clock.
The oldest sister, Lucifer, gauged my reaction as she advised us, speaking reservedly. In short, she was saying that the burden might be too heavy for me at this point in time.
そういう修行なの。
That's the kind of training it is.
エンジェはみんなが想像しているより才能と魔力があるよ。
Angie has more talent and magical power than you all
ちょっ
imagine.
ぴり辛いかなとは思うけど、今のエンジェなら挑戦する価値はあると思う。
I think it'll be a little bit tough, but I think it's worth it for Angie to take this challenge as she is now.
エンジェ、今から彼女たちを権限させる魔力を君に切り替える。
Angie, I will now switch the magic power manifesting them over to you.
つまり、エンジェが呼び出したのと同じ状態になるの。
Basically, you'll be in the same state as if you'd summoned them yourself. What Maria was trying to say,
Say
was something
spell
like
and
this.
Magic power.
To keep the
I know
Seven
it's not like a
Sisters...
literal translation. Just
Yeah,
it would make more sense. You said spell and magic power.
yes.
In English, magic power sounds like the energy that you use to work the spell.
True. To keep the Seven Sisters manifested, you are burned continuously with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing weighted wristbands.
風流、七姉妹全員はかなり大変。
Sakataro, no! Doing all of the Seven Sisters will be pretty tough.
エンジェ、いきなりは厳しくない？
Isn't that asking a lot of Angie all of a sudden? I'm sorry, I'm 12. apparently.
No, I went there too. Don't worry about it.
ありがとう、サク太郎。でも、魔女になるための修行だしね。
Fuck. the thing of Marcial and Fallen that sent me right before the damn stream just popped in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Thanks, Sakatara, but this is my training to become a witch.
やれるところまでやってみるわ。
I mean, you fucking probably could.
Yeah, I bet most of the stakes are terrible in bed. Yeah, I would say so.
Like, Greed is obviously the one that's all about, like, me, right? You know?
Yeah.
Although, I can see an argument for wanting more of the other person.
Yeah, I could see that. And yeah, like, just to show the character screen as well, so much better. You don't have to randomly switch through the Sisters of Purgatory.
Yeah, my only real issue with this is, like, you see how the design behind it overlaps, and then the,
Yeah, like, this
text
overlap.
goes over it.
Yeah.
It makes difficult to see the letters over the white symbol.
Yeah, like, I would at
If they were
least...
going to do this, they should have just had the text itself be black, rather than white with a black.
Yeah, like, this is okay, but I think for accessibility, at least an option for, like, a black background or something.
Mm-hmm. Changing the design to be black probably would. Thanks, Sakatara, but this is my training to become a witch. I want to give it my best.
The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous, but even if they're doing it for the sake of my training, having them be with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least a little. I understood it would be an ordeal, but before anything else, I want to give it a shot.
もしも辛かったら無理をしないでね。
Don't overdo it if it gets tough, alright?
みんなもエンジが辛そうだったら加減してあげて。
And everyone, if Angie looks like she's having a hard time, tone it down for her.
かしこまりました。わかったね、あんたたち。
Certainly. You got that, people?
それではエンジェ様。これより我ら煉獄の七姉妹はエンジェ様の家具となります。
Well then, Lady Anne, we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will now become your furniture.
マリア卿、お願いいたします。
Lady Maria, if you would.
じゃあエンジェ、
Yeah. Okay,
始
Angie.
めてもいい？
Can we start?
いいわ。ちょっと緊張する。
Sure, I'm a little nervous.
What do you say fuck me for?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's alright.
ウリュ、いきなりは辛いかも。
This might be tough all of a
頭
sudden.
痛になりそうだったらすぐに魔力を減らしてね。
If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power right away.
じゃあ魔力ソースをエンジェに移すよ。
Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to you now, Angie. Instantly, the inside of my head felt very heavy. This is, yes, it's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had been used only for myself. It's almost like it was now also being used for 7 other people.
And this is why you need a large inner world.
Yup. Their mere presence, their blinking or even letting out a single breath was placing an enormous weight on the inside of my head.
マリア卿、恐れながらやはり一度に七姉妹全員の負荷は重すぎるかと。
Lady Maria, my apologies, but I fear that the sudden burden of all of the Seven Sisters at once might be too great after all.
大丈夫。
I'm alright.
やっぱりダメかな。
Maybe it's no good after
人
all.
間に全勢力を使っちゃってる。
You're using all of your energy to manifest
日常
them.
生活と両立できないほどの負荷じゃ意味がない。
If it's such a burden that you can't balance it with your everyday life, there's no point.
何しろ
Well, she's gotta get used to this
魔女としてこれじゃちょっと優雅じゃないね。
This is a completely new thing for her. She's literally never done this. You gotta like find out what she do with separate training problem.
Yeah, like, give her, like, 5 minutes at least. I mean, this is a little unrefined for a witch.
ウリュウ、だからいきなりこんなに大勢は無理だって言った。
I said doing so many all of a sudden was
み
impossible.
んな、少し姿を消してあげて。
Everyone, disappear a little bit and make it easier for her.
そうね。人数を減らした方が良さそう。
Yes, it seems it would be best to lower the number of people.
アスモ、姿を消しなさい。
Asma, erase yourself.
また私？
Me
末
again.
っ子いじめ反対。
I'm opposed to youngest sister bullying.
たまには上から消えてよ。
Start from the top every once in a while.
それじゃあ、私が2番目に消えなきゃならないじゃない。
But that would mean I'd have to disappear second.
やだやだやだ。
Fuck's sake.
アスモもレビアネーも騒がないの。
Don't make a ruckus, Asmo, Levia.
そういう騒ぎが余計エンジェ様の負担になるのよ。
That kind of disturbance will put even more strain on Lady Angie. You're doing it too now, Satan. Yeah, that happens all the time, Quinn. I don't know what's going on with that. Because, like, sometimes on my end, it'll just, like, pop up that I said, okay, good. And I obviously fucking...
Yeah, there's a ghost in the machine.
あんたが騒ぐのも負担になるのよ、バカサタン。
The noise you're making is straining her as well, stupid Satan.
The Seventh Sister started arguing over who should vanish first. All the energy of that fight became a burden, imposing an even greater headache upon Angie. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and they began to disappear. 1 of them, 2, 3. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, I was finally able to calm my breathing once 6 of them had erased themselves. My magical power... Forget the Seventh Sister, just one of them is my limit.
I think that's fine.
ああ。これじゃあ7姉妹じゃなくて、私一人じゃないですか。
I guess this is probably why Ella was acting like the way she was last week.
Yep, that makes sense.
This way, it's not the Seventh Sister, it's just me.
エンジェ様、ちょっと頼りないです。
That's rude. You're not very dependable, Nick.
Mammon, who had won her way through the rock, paper, scissors and received permission to remain until the end, complained.
ウリュウ、マモン、そんなこと言っちゃダメ。
Mammon, you mustn't say such a thing.
エンジェはまだまだ修行中。
Angie is still just starting her training.
大丈夫、エンジェ。
Are you okay, Angie?
頭痛、大丈夫？
Is your headache okay? Sakataro stretched on his tiptoes and did little hops trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult.
ちょっと荒行すぎたかな。
Maybe that was a little too austere.
マリア、これくらいなら全然平気だけど。
This much is no problem at all for me, though.
友達いっぱいいればいるほど楽しいし。
The more
Even
friends...
Maria, you literally specialize in this kind of magic.
Yeah,
And also, you've been training for a little bit longer than 5 minutes.
Yep. The more friends you have, the more fun it is, after all.
お姉ちゃんの凄さを改めて思い知るわ。
Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, Maria.
According to Maria, when you reach her class, you can even summon enough people at once to make up an orchestra. And yet she calls herself a witch apprentice. That's
That's
awe-inspiring.
because this is the only kind of magic that she's good at. It's like she's a hyper specialist, and like she just doesn't have the rest of the basics down. So, are you right, Lady Angie?
ごめんなさいね。私には、あなた一人を呼び出すのがやっとみたい。
I'm sorry. It looks like summoning you is the most I can do.
まあ、私はこれでもいいかな。だって、7姉妹で私だけが、エンジェ様の家具を独り占めだし。
Fucking yes. Fuck no. Well, I guess I'm alright with that. After all, of the 7 sisters, I get the role of Lady Angie's furniture all to myself.
いかがですか、エンジェ様？
What do you think, Angie?
私一人なら、不可にはなりませんか？
Will I be a burden by myself?
ええ、あなた一人ならなんとかね。
No, I can manage you alone somehow.
よかったー。なら、いっぱい修行して、いっぱい魔力を養ってください。
Great, then please train a lot? Yes. Please train a lot and cultivate a lot of magical power.
そして、いつかきっと7姉妹で、揃ってお仕えさせてください。
And someday, please let me serve you as one of the fully assembled 7 sisters.
約束ですよ。
Promise?
After checking that there was at least nothing wrong with her own manifestation, Mammon immediately returned to a good mood and tried to make me promise to work even harder. Yes, I can see the greed in her. But maybe you could also call it positivity.
約束するわ。
Yes, I promise.
そのくらいはいつかできなくちゃね。
Yeah, I mean, like, the 7 sins aren't strictly all bad. They also cover, for example, pride also covers self-esteem and knowing your worth.
Yep.
Not letting people walk all over you. And wrath is also righteous anger. You know, it's not just like the extreme bad part. It's everything else too. Yes, I promise. I have to be able to do at least that much someday.
ありがとう、エンジェ様。
Thank you, Lady Ange.
この強欲のマモン。その日まで必ず、エンジェ様にお仕えします。
Until that day, I, Malon the Covetous, will serve you without fail.
My headache finally abated and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. The Mammon stuck out her hand and helped me to stand back up.
オリュ。あ、マリア、エンジェ、もうこんな時間だよ。
Ah, Maria, Angie, look at the time.
もう部屋に戻らないと叱られる。
You'll be told off if you don't go back to the room now. I hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about the time. It was
She's
brought
just
back
doing
to
this in the
into
fucking
reality.
bathroom.
Apparently.
Huh?
I mean, it is kind of one of the only places she probably has solitude.
True.
As though the light had disappeared from it, the vast world sank into the darkness, and I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on the toilet. Maria's grimoire was open in my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 8, time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only do they make an annoying fuss about it, but it causes trouble for my roommates, and floor mates as well. Couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I'd rather not have to deal with the annoying interference that would come as a result. That's the end of my me time for today. I'll go to bed, wake up tomorrow. Tomorrow will begin, and another long, long, gray, clouded day will repeat again. Closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. Maria appeared again and spoke.
ほら、エンジェ、修行を忘れてるよ。
Come on, Angie, you're forgetting your
マ
training.
モンを連れて行って。
Take Mammon with you. I'd forgotten. The moment I'd returned to reality, I'd stopped manifesting Mammon. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind.
もう、エンジェ様ったらひどいです。
You're so mean, Lady Ange.
いきなり私を消すなんて。
Erasing me suddenly.
そんなんじゃ、7姉妹を全員呼ぶなんて、なかなかできませんよ。
At this rate, you're going to find it pretty hard to call all the 7 sisters.
ごめんなさい。うっかりしてたわ。
I'm sorry, I got careless.
人間界に権限するのはすごい久しぶりなので、何から何まで興味深いです。
It's been a super long time since I've manifested in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything.
ちょっぴりワクワクしてます。
Feeling a little bit excited.
ここはどこですか？
Where is this?
聖ルチア学園の寮。
The St. Lucia Academy dormitory.
ここはその共用トイレの個室。
This is a stall in the communal bathroom.
各部屋にトイレはあるから、ここには誰も来ない。
Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here.
静かで、本を読むにはちょうどいいの。
It's quiet, perfect books.
ここの寮は本を読むにも、トイレの個室に隠れなきゃならないの？
In this dorm, you have to hide in a toilet stall even to read a book.
文書でもやってるんですか？
They burn them or something. No, everyone else is a fucking asshole.
I have a double room, so my roommate is always there. The relationship is strained and feels like I'm always being ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so it's really not a place I can relax. And it's good for her as well. As long as I'm not there, she can go all out, call her friends, and have a chatting party. It's more convenient for her too if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also the library, but the group that uses that as a meeting place is constantly whispering about me. I don't like to go to the library either. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the communal bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can be given peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon to come with me.
よくわからないけれど、エンジ様にとって、とても快適とは言い難い場所だってことが分かったわ。
I'm not sure. Not sure I really understand, but I get the point that you find it pretty hard to call this comfortable.
早く表に出ましょう。
Let's hurry up and get out.
ここの空気、嫌い。
I hate the area.
そう、ここの空気が一番まともなんだけどね。
Really, you can't breathe this easy anywhere else. Mammon's up there like, holy fuck.
When I left the bathroom and exited into the corridor, as it was near lights out, all of the girls had gone to play in other rooms, were dashing back to their own. When it came for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway and go through the dorm leader's roll call. If by some chance someone were to be late for this, we would be made to take collective responsibility, and all of us floor mates would have to undergo a punishment that went by the name of volunteer work.
That's so fucking military. That's awful.
Yeah.
You should not be treating teenagers like that.
No.
You shouldn't be treating anyone like that, but, like, also.
Like, especially teenagers, though. Like, goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I took care to avoid this, the girls would disregard me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing girls and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some girls from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, they blatantly changed the topic of their conversation.
These girls calling them prison clothes reminds me of a line I wrote in Demon Heart where I had, like Horus, and say that they always called the barracks on ships sleep cubes because they are literally just like a cube-shaped room in a ship with no fucking like windows or ports or anything like that to the outside. Because they were in the center of the ship so they could reach anywhere at once, you know, in the case of being boarded.
Makes sense.
So, like, true fucking torture right there for a human being who rely on sunlight and shit like that to work with our fucking circadian.
They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room, changed, and went out into the corridor. And hurriedly went out into the corridor, rather. Everyone was already lined up.
何これおかしい。ここって、お嬢様学校じゃないの？
Hey, this is weird. Isn't this a school for rich girls?
刑務所みたい。
It's like a prison.
バカみたい。
This is dumb.
やっぱりそうよね。私もそう
It
思っ
is,
てる
isn't it?
わ。
I think so too.
刑務所よりさらに厳しい点は、素行が良くても刑期が短くならない点かしら。
And you can say the thing that makes it even harsher than a prison is that you don't get out early for behavior.
After bitching for a bit, I noticed. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately,
It's called venting.
yeah, fortunately, Mammon's farm can only be seen by the summoner, me. And of course, there's no need to speak out loud for the conversation. All I have to do is speak inside my mind, so no one can listen in. Magic, and the friends created by it, might actually not be so bad.
こいつら、揃いも揃ってもやしみたい。生きてないって感じ。
These guys, all of them look so scrawny. It's like they're not even alive.
やめなさいよ。毎日姿を見られたら大変よ。
They happen to see you and pretty bad.
夢も希望もかけらほどもない人間なんて、半魔法の塊だもの。
Humans without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like a lump of anti-magic.
私の姿なんて、絶対に見えるわけがない。
They'll never be able to see me.
見ることもできない、下等生物どもが。
They're inferior life forms who can't even see.
あなたは、その半魔法の毒素を持つ人間たちが、これほどいる中でも平気なの？
Are you alright being around so many humans with that anti-magic toxin?
エンジェ様が、私を権限させてくださる限りは平気です。
That's not surprising, Quinn, actually.
Yeah, that's very much not surprising. Considering, like, just seeing how they interact and how, I'm assuming how often and how much they interact. Yeah. I'm fine as long as you continue to manifest me, maybe.
ただ、私を権限するために、常に集中しなければならないでしょうから、日常生活がおろそかになる可能性がありますよ。
Although you probably have to keep concentrated, so there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life.
ほら、同室の子に呼ばれてません？
Look, aren't you being called by that girl you're sharing a room with?
あ、
後宮さん、聞こえ、来週からの終盤なんだけどさ、ちょっと相談があって。
Ushiromiya, are you listening? It's us two on duty next week. I wanted to have a little talk. Probably about pushing a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who normally would never even look at me in the eye, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But I'll have a much easier time having the weekly duty pushed onto me and doing it alone rather than being forced to do it with her.
I have to wonder, like, how much of these people's, like, behavior and the way that they're portrayed is actually just Angie being a fucking weirdo.
Maybe a little bit, but I do think that...
Not like victim blaming that, but I mean more like her perception. Because, like, she's very much treating them as if they're not actual people in her head. They're like cardboard cutout characters of people to her.
That's true. Though, it could also be like a chicken and egg thing. You don't think of them as whole people because they really don't show you them their whole selves.
True, yeah. But, like, that's also true for anyone ever, right? Like,
True. But
I sincerely doubt that you have shown me your full whole self ever.
I mean,
Past,
that-
like, what, 3 years that I've known you?
I mean, that's also fair, but I also mean, like, they've kind of only shown their snide, snippy, talk behind your backside.
I'm just curious about this because, like, I remember when I was her age, I also thought of people like, not because of me, like, weird version stuff, but because I didn't pay attention to it, like how they interacted with other people, just assumed what they were talking about.
That is also fair. So, like, some of it I could see, but also Ava did send her to this school specifically to get treated like dog shit.
Oh, of course, but, like, that's more like
The staff, kind of.
faculty, right?
Yeah. But, I mean, in a bad situation, other people will also start acting badly.
Oh, of course. I
So-
just mean, like, she may be assuming that they're talking about her when she walks into a room and a couple look at her, right? But, like, that's just normal. Whenever you see someone moving behind the person you're talking to, your eyes will flash over to them for a couple seconds and back to the top, right?
Yeah.
It's just normal. It's what everyone does.
Yeah, that's fair. And also,
But to someone who, like, has actually been persecuted and is currently anxious, paranoid, social, isolated, think that they're being whispered about when they're not. It's just like someone just looked at them.
Yeah, that's also fair. Like, you can't tell 100% of the time that everything they're talking about is about you.
Mm-hmm. Which is what I'm talking here.
Gotcha. So it's more like, oh, she's getting paranoia because her life sucks.
Yeah.
But her mind's basically possibly making it suckier. Possibly.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Because I'm not saying that they don't treat her badly. They very obviously do. It's just like how much of it is him actually treating her badly, and how much of it is her being paranoid.
Yeah, I could see that. But I'll have a much easier time having the weekly duty pushed onto me and doing it alone rather than being forced to do it with her. I might have already read that line, but yeah. I also feel the vibes of this, because...
Oh yeah, absolutely. I also got that one. Believe me.
Yeah, like...
And to be clear, I'm not criticizing Ange. She's young, of course. Like, that's gonna happen. To treat poorly and persecute your life for shit. It's all over.
Yeah. That's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me. Yet, after the shameless excuses, she transitioned into pushing a completely different point, insisting on flipping the issue on its head, as if I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. Okay, now that's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor.
But we're also not getting their dialogue. We're not actually seeing or hearing them say this. We're just getting Angie saying this is how they're acting.
True enough, but also, please God, don't give me more unnecessary dialogue.
That's also fair. But I think you feel like that because you're also narrating it rather than just reading it, right? You are not sorry for bothering me if you're going to post shit like that.
Be gone, bot.
Get out of here. Yeah, be gone. Apply directly to the bot. What's her problem? She pisses me off.
眉間に思いっきり私の杭をねじ込んでやりたい。
I'd love to gouge her right in the forehead. And of course, you can't take Mammon's word for it either, because she's a literal fucking demon.
And also a manifestation that Angie is, you know, like, even if we say magic is real, like, some amount of Angie's personal feelings will probably get through to anything she summons.
Yeah, of course, because that's just like a classic thing for summoning, right?
そうね。ぜひ今度お願いする
That may
わ。
not be true for something like Renove, or I don't know, don't have an example off the top of my head, but for something like her who was actually created and not an entity in the first place, yeah, absolutely. Yes, I'll take you up on that sometime.
Suddenly this turns into St. Lucia Massacre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. Venting can be very good.
Mm-hmm.
The Seven Sisters really were lively when they were all gathered together. I'm sure that just watching them mess around would be a lot of fun. I decided I'll do all I can to quickly gain the magical power to summon all of the Seven Sisters at once. And then I'll keep training more and more. And summon the thing that I really want to summon.
エンジ様が本当に召喚したいものって何ですか？
Yeah, I remember when I was like 19, 18 or 19, I spent literally just 3 days straight doing nothing but venting with Tyr. Just absolutely just going off on shit.
Fair enough, yeah.
It's very helpful when you actually have a lot of shit bottled. Get it. What is it that you really want to summon, Ange?
Emma noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. Hesitated over whether to talk about it, but then thought that it wasn't anything to hide and told
家
her.
族よ。お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん。
Family. Dad, mom, battler.
それってつまり、死者の魂？異界の住人を呼び出すのは召喚だけど、死者の魂を呼び戻すのは反言で、それは全くの別物。
Calling for the resident of another world is called summoning. Calling back the souls of the dead is resurrection. Completely different.
反言は、かなりの大魔法のはずですよ。
Resurrection is supposed to be very high-level magic.
I know, so much so that even Maria can't do it at all. But they're the thing I most want to call with magic. I've been warned that it's a very difficult high-level magic. So great that in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach that point even after training for my whole life.
Yeah, if it was that easy to fucking resurrect people, we'd be doing it all the time.
Yeah. Furthermore, I have no vessel. Vessel is something vital for making magic succeed, whether it be summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have one, what would already have been difficult magic instead became hopeless. That's right, I have nothing to remember Mom or Dad by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to help me remember Battler. And that's this.
そのピンクの玉の頭飾り？
That hair accessory with the pink beads.
何それ？言っちゃ悪いけど、エンジェ様には
Yeah,
ちょ
it's
っと
probably because
安物っ
Battler
ぽい。
picked it up at a fucking gas station or something, like a jackass. What is that? Sorry to say, but it looks a little cheap for
昔、お父さんに内緒で、お母さんと一緒にお兄ちゃんに会って、遊園地に遊びに行ったことがあるの。
Long ago, without telling Dad, I went with Mom to see Battler play at an amusement park.
そこのクレーンゲームの景品。
Yep, thought so. This is a prize from the crane game.
I know it's something cheap, I realize that it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. This hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler is by my side. The inside of the glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each of those capsules had some kind of cute little object inside. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. No matter how many times I tried, I didn't even get close. Mom told me that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, she would have been like 5 here.
Yeah. So there was
Barely more than a toddler.
Yeah, so there was no point in getting all upset over it. Whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the issue. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt very important and sacred to me, so I wanted that capsule with its unknown cheap little object more than anything. Then Battler came over after finishing with a game where you shoot soldiers with a gun, and had to go in my place. Happiness that was beyond my reach. Battler stretched out forward with his longer arms and he grasped it for me.
Look at those stupid little hands.
Yeah, it's adorable. Battler really was coordinated. Apparently, he often played at the arcade with his friends. After only 1 or 2 attempts with the crane, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass that I hadn't even been able to touch, then dumped it into the exit chute. When Battler tossed me that capsule, I remember feeling like I could count on him for anything. For the next several days, I felt like the capsule was too precious to open up, and one day I finally opened it. When I did, what revealed itself from inside was this pink bead hair accessory. Since that day, this has been a symbol of Battler. My young mind thought that getting that 4-person family together with Battler included was a precondition for a happy family. It is not. I understand your feelings, but no.
Yep.
So I wanted Battler and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I had made this hair accessory a charm to bring my whole family together. That's why I always used to wear it. So I wanted to feel my reliable, funny, and wonderful older brother by my side all the time, and give him a place in our house.
でも、お兄ちゃんの記憶はあまりに遠い。
But my memories of Battler are so distant.
マリアお姉ちゃんがライオンのぬいぐるみからサクタラを生み出したようには簡単にできない。
I can't do it as easily as Maria created Sakutaru, lion stuffed animal.
私は死者の魂を蘇らせる大魔法をいつか必ず身につける。
One day I will learn the high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead.
そしてそれを成功させられる唯一の鍵が、よりしろがこれなの。
The only key, the only vessel that can make that successful, this.
なるほど。その頭飾りにものすごい魔力を感じてたけど、そういうわけなのね。
I see. I did feel an incredible magical flower hair accessory. That explains it.
魔力？お兄ちゃんのこれに魔力が宿ってるの？
Magical power. Magical power resides in this thing of Battler's.
エンジェ様が宿らせていると言うべきかもね。
Maybe I should say that you were imbuing him.
エンジェ様の兄を呼び出したいという強い思いが魔力を与えている。
Your strong desire to call your brother to you is giving you magical power.
確かに反言は大魔法だけど、エンジェ様はその魔法のために無意識のうちに着実に階段を登っているのは間違いない。
You may be able to increase your magical ability by focusing on the idea that doing this training or taking these steps and casting these or these spells or doing these rituals is slowly bringing you closer and closer to resurrecting your brother. Resurrection is certainly a high-level magic, but there can be no mistake that you are steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs towards that magic.
嬉しいわ。私以外の人にそれを認めてもらえるのは。
I'm glad. It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that.
Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense,
Please.
even
Go away, man.
though these words came from a dangerous demon girl who governs one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy.
反言の魔法に至るのと寿命を全うするのとどっちが早いかだけは私には保証できないけれども。
Well, I can't guarantee that you will attain the magic of resurrection before your life is.
でも挑む山の高さが高ければ高いほど魔女としての力も比例していく。
However, your powers and which will be proportional to the height of the dare to climb.
That's a good one.
That is a good line, yes.
エンジェ様はくじけることがなかったなら、きっといつか私たちの元の主。
If you don't lose heart, I'm sure that one day you'll be able to rival even our former master.
ベアトリーチェ様に匹敵するほどの大魔女になれると思います。
Lady Beatrice is a great witch.
なれるかしら。大魔女になってお兄ちゃんを、家族を蘇らせることができるかしら。
I wonder if I can become a great witch and revive my brother. No, my family.
反言の魔女、エンジェ教。
The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Ange.
素敵！反言の魔女はかなりレアな魔女です。
How wonderful. A Witch of Resurrection is a very rare kind of witch.
そんな魔女がご主人様なんて、ちょっと
I'm
鼻が
like
高いです。
98% sure that she's going to become a Witch of Resurrection. This is like some heavy foreshadowing here.
Yeah.
This is gonna happen. Having a witch like that as my master would make me pretty proud.
っていうか、むしろそうなってほしいものです。
Actually, I'd love for that to
ハ
happen.
グの価値も主の格に比例しますので。
Because furniture's worth is also proportional to the rank of its master.
もうベアトリーチェ様さえ抜いちゃって、天下無双の大魔女になってくださいね。
Please zip right on by Lady Beatrice and become a great witch like the world has never seen.
I'll be curious to see if the Seven Sisters actually decide to side with Ange in the end and not Beatrice.
煉獄の七
It
姉
could
妹
be
を
more
代
or
表
less
して
like a
心よ
GS
り応
or
援申し上げ
natural
ます
contract, like whoever they are currently serving is the person they have to side with.
It could be. But it would be interesting if they managed to break that as well.
Mm. On behalf of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, I support you from the bottom of my...
Plus, they're both technically a Beatrice now, so...
Mm.
I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too,
Alright.
I'd
No,
like a
I'm about to
cute
go to the
kid like
bathroom.
Sakataro.
I'll keep my headphones on.
Alright. But even this fifth sister of the frightening Seven Sisters who govern the seven deadly sins was enough to calm my heart this much all by herself. Maria probably knew this long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again. And I kept on stubbornly rejecting it. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year as a child compares with 10 in old age, was it? At this point, I find my past self deplorable for wasting precious time doing nothing but complaining. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mammon continued to talk to me beside my pillow. I promise. One day for sure I'll develop a magical power that can summon the Seven Sisters. And I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The seven of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. Interesting.
The way this is going, I'm getting less and less sure that Bather's also going to become a witch. Because, like, it's setting up Ange as being the witch that solves the problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
But there could always be multiple, so the option is still there. We'll see.
Yeah. My awareness began to return slowly. Hadn't been able to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria's relationship. I had run away from Beto and Maria's game, hadn't I? I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Maria, and quickly bring... I've got to go back. I've got to support Battler, and quickly bring him back from this world and its crazy witch games. Because as long as I'm here, I'm not permitted to call myself Ange. Suddenly I felt someone's presence. When I turned around, there stood Mammon.
グレーテル様、そろそろお戻りになられないと、ゲームの進行に差し支えると、ベアトリーチェ様が仰せです。
Lady Gretel. Lady Beatrice says that if you do not return soon, it may hit the direction of the game.
速やかにお戻りになられますように、お願い申し上げま
Beg
す。
that you return swiftly.
ありがとう。もう戻るわ。
Thanks, I'll go back now.
よかったじゃないですか。
何が？
Isn't it great? What is?
バトラーお兄ちゃんに出会えて。
You being able to meet Battler.
皮肉？
Sarcasm.
そう聞こえるなら、そういうことにしてもらってもいいですけど。
If it sounds that way to you, you can take it that way if you want.
ごめんなさい。言葉通りに受け取るべきね。
I'm sorry, I should accept it literally.
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, it is.
こんなおかしな世界であっても、お兄ちゃんに出会えて、心底に嬉しいわ。
Even in this screwed up world, being able to see Battler makes me happy. Hard.
そして、お兄ちゃんのために、ベアトリーチェ様に打ち勝つ？
And you'll win against Lady Beatrice, brother's sake.
ええ。 いつまでもこんな世界で遊ばれてちゃ困るもの。
She still hasn't said it's playing yet. But then again, no one's been fucking murdered yet, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Yes, can't have him playing around in a world like this forever.
そろそろお家へ帰る時間なのよ。
Time to return.
だから私が呼びに来たわ。
That's why I came to call.
せいぜい頑張ってください。私、今の主は、ベアトリーチ様ですので、応援はできませんが。
Please do the best you can, though I can't support you seeing a current master.
知ってるわ。1986年10月5日までは、あなたはベアトリーチェの家具よ。
No, until October 5th, 1986, you were Beatrice's murdered.
そしてやがては、私の友人になるわ。
And eventually, you become my friend.
そしてやがては、その友人を、何しろ。
And eventually, you throw that friend away. After all, choking noises.
Emma moaned as if she had bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently the rule applies to people other than me as well.
大丈夫。それ、結構辛いわよ。
Are you alright? Pretty painful.
失礼しました。
I do apologize,
グレーテル様。
Lady Gratzel.
いいえ、ありがとう。
That's alright. Thanks.
嬉しいわ。お兄ちゃんに出会えて。
I'm happy that I was able to meet Valor.
あなたの最初の問いへの答えよ。
That's the answer to your original question.
じゃあ、戻りましょう。
Well, let's go back.
私があまりぐずると、あなたが今の主人に怒られるわ。
If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master.
はい。ご理解いただけて助かります。
Yes, thank you for
そ
understanding.
れではこっち。
Well then,
マモ？
Sherman was about to say, well then this way. She stopped dead as though the film had been torn off. Looked like she had suddenly frozen. And I noticed, she wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place. A world where it seemed like even time itself had frozen. Yes, it resembled what would usually happen just before Bernkastel appeared. The atmosphere was different somehow. Oh dear, are we about to see Lambda Delta?
maybe. We'll see.
Then I understood. It wasn't Bernkastel, it was the other witch.
調子はどうかしら、エンジェ。
How are you doing, Ange?
ラムダデルタ。あなたにはルールの適用はないのね。
Lambda Delta. The rule doesn't apply to you, I see.
当たり前でしょ。ルールは他人を縛るためにあるのよ。
Rules exist to bind others.
自分をそれで縛るバカはいないわ。
What kind of idiot would bind themselves with?
Okay, so it's up to Lambda Delta's rule that Angie cannot say her own name, and nobody else can either. Obviously, Battler isn't bound by them, because he can just guess and not be told.
Yeah. But anyone that knows cannot. At least I'm sure until it's revealed.
Bernkastel is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's on the side of the enemy. There's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. There's something elusive about Lambda Delta's existence, and Bernkastel's as well. How should I put it? Maybe like they're beings from a higher dimension? In any event, I'm still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that I'm certain about is that she is my enemy. No, just knowing that might be enough.
それで、私に何かご用？
So, do you have some business?
まあね。あなたたちの会話に耳を傾けてたら、ちょっと面白い話になったんでね。
Kinda. I was listening in on your conversation. It started to get a bit interesting.
あなたにちょっといい話を聞かせてあげようと思って。
I thought I'd let you hear something good.
あなたは私の敵のはず。そのあなたが私に得する話を聞かせる理由が思いつかないわ。
You're supposed to be my enemy. Can't think of any reason for you to tell me something that would benefit.
つまり、耳を傾けた時点で負けということだわ。
So the moment I start listening, I lose.
じゃあね。See you next time.
God damn. Goodbye. See you next time.
誤解しないで。私の相手はベルンであって、あなたじゃないわ。
Don't get the wrong idea. My opponent is Burn.
つまり、私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得るということよ。
So it is possible for there to be a topic, both and me.
悪いけど、私には聞く気がないわ。
Sorry, but I don't feel like listening.
That said, it probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is happy. That itself might be proof that she's a higher dimensional being than me. I've been given the option of not listening to her. About the only thing I can do is strengthen my mental guard and try not to be shaken by anything she says. She'll probably either try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, or threaten me.
そんなに身構えなくてもいいってば。
Seriously, you don't need to get so defensive.
私はあなたの誤解を解きに来ただけよ。
I just came to fix your misunderstanding.
いえ、ちょっと違う。
Well, actually, no.
ベルンカステルがあなたについた嘘を教えてあげようと思ってやってきたのよ。
I came thinking I'd tell you about the lie I still told you.
ベルンカステルが、嘘？
Burn Castell lie.
あなたはベルンに、ベアトを倒せば兄が帰ってくるような、そんな言い方をされたんじゃないの？
I'll bet Burn made it sound like defeated Beato, your big brother would come back.
さあ、あなたに話す気はないけど。
Who knows? I don't have any intention of talking about it.
My brother coming home, I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. It was a promise with considerably low prospects where I could end up with maybe one person and only if I was lucky. That's enough for me. Since I was promised an eternity of isolation, this faint but still non-zero chance was like a blindingly bright beacon to me.
ある意味ベルンのその約束は嘘ではないわ。
In a way, that promise of Burn's wasn't a lie.
ベルンがそう約束したのならきっと、あなたがベアトを倒せば、バトラも両親も解放されて、あなたのところへ帰ってくる。
If that's what Burn promised, then I'm sure that if you defeat Beato, the Battler and your parents will be released and come back to you.
何の問題もないじゃない。
Then there's no problem, is there?
本気で？あの子は案外残酷よね。
Seriously? That girl, you'd never think she was that cruel, you know?
わかってて騙すなんて。
To deceive you on purpose. Yeah, that's what a
私
lie
にどう
means.
騙されてるというの？
Dumbass. How are you saying I was deceived?
Shoot, I've let her take the initiative, but I won't be released until I lend an ear to her story. So it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized that I could be on the verge of falling into a trap, I urged her onwards.
今は何年？
What year is it?
このゲーム版の世界のこと？
We're talking about the world of the game.
ならば、1986年10月4日よ。
In that case, it's October 4th, 1986.
その通り。ならば、あなたがベアトに打ち勝ったなら、台風が去った10月6日に、島に囚われていた人
Yeah,
々
you're
は
gonna
帰
create a
還する。
paradox if you do it this way. That's right. So if you win against Beato, then on October 6th, when the typhoon has passed, the people who were trapped on the island return.
1986年の10月6日にね。
On October 6th, 1986, that is.
だから何？
So what?
あなたの1986年の10月6日はどうだった？親戚
How
の家
was
に行
your
ったんじゃな
October
かった
6th,
かしら。
1986? You were at a relative's house, weren't you?
I had been at the house of the only Sumadera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call, while I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got that call. After watching to see that I had remembered, Lambda Delta smiled unpleasantly and spoke.
ねえ、あなたの1986年10月6日に、バトラお兄ちゃん帰ってきた？
Well, on your October 6th, 1986, did Battler come home?
Even though I didn't understand what I was being told, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. I don't understand. Don't understand. What is this witch saying?
いい？あなたがベアトを倒せば、バトラは確かに解放されるわ。
Okay, so it's like, if you defeat Beato, Battler will certainly be
そして
released.
お家へ帰るでしょうね。
And yep, he'll probably return home.
1986年のお家に。
To his home in
だってそうで
1986.
しょ？
I mean, he would, right?
バトラは1986年の10月4日から5日に閉じ込められてるんだもの。
Battler's imprisoned in the 2 days of the 4th to the 5th of October 1986.
解放されたらその翌日に帰るのは当然でしょ？
Obviously, he'd return to the next day if he was released, right?
そしてあなたは1998年の人
Person from 1990.
間。バトラが帰ってこなかった1998年の後ろ宮エンジェ。
Your Uchiromiya Ange of the year 1990, in which Battler didn't return.
意味わかる？
Get it?
何言ってるのあんたは。10月6日に家族が家に帰ってくるなら素敵じゃない。
I need this girl to like have like slightly more critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? If my family came back home on October 6th, that would be wonderful. What?
And I have a feeling that Lambda Delta is not saying everything, because she did imply she could put Beato in any number of different fragments.
Yeah.
私はすぐにおじいちゃんの家から帰るわ。
I would come home from Grandma's house right away.
そして私たちは出会う。
Then we'd meet.
めでたしめでたし。
Everyone would live happily ever after.
ええ、後ろ宮エンジェは家族に再会できるでしょうね。
It's difficult to see why Angie this yet. Yes, Uchiromiya Angie would probably would be able to read it. Family.
1986年に6歳の後ろ宮エンジェはね。
The 6-year-old Uchiromiya Angie from 1986 would.
私って誰？
後ろ宮エンジェよ。
Who am I?
18歳の。
Uchiromiya Angie, 18-year-old one.
Okay, so we actually got an age.
違うわ。後ろ宮エンジェじゃない。そういう名
Well, I
前の
mean, she was 6
魔
in
女の駒なのよ。
1986. She's from 1988, so she's 18. No, that's not it. You aren't Uchiromiya Angie. You're a witch. You're a witch's piece with that.
厳密にはエンジェ・ベアトリーチェという名の全くの別人。
Strictly speaking, a completely different person. The name and treat you.
意味わかる？
Get it?
I'm starting to
Angie,
think I don't...
you're from a different timeline. Please.
Huh? Huh? Who am I, huh?
だからベルンは残酷だなって思うの。いいえ、意地悪だなって思うのよね。
Your past isn't going to spontaneously change when you free these people. And even if it did, that would mean that you wouldn't have freed them in the first place. So to make a stable time loop, you, the current you, the one that's freeing them, has to remain how you are. Fuck! And that's why I think Burn's cruel. No, I think she's a meanie.
そういう経験なくもないくせにね。
It's not like she hasn't had that experience herself.
Which would make sense, because, you know, lots of death happened in her shit.
Mm-hmm.
私何か騙されてる？
Am I somehow being tricked?
あ
でも
No,
ど
not
うか
really.
ベル
You
ンを
just
責めないでね。
didn't really
だ
think
って
about
考
it.
えようによって
You still
は
are.
あの子は嘘をついてない。
But please don't blame Bird, okay? After all, depending on how you look at it, she isn't lying.
ベアトを倒せば家族が帰ってくる。
If you defeat Beato, your family will return
後ろ宮エンジェのところへ。
to Ushiromiya Ange.
でもその後ろ宮エンジェがあなたのことだとは言ってないだろうけどね。
But she probably didn't say that this Ushiromiya Ange would be you, right?
Was it like that? Was it like that? Did Berncastel say to me again? Your assistance is needed. Your family needs it. Berncastel had started by saying that. And I had responded. I saved them, does that mean my family will come back? And how had Berncastel answered that again? I cannot promise that. The kid did promise me, in exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, this is what she said. In exchange, I will search for the fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yes, that's right, she only said she'd search for it. She didn't say she'll find it. But I've been prepared for that from the beginning. Even so, she did promise that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this: I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to find you the happiest resolution that it is possible for you to receive.
初めから辛い賭けになることは承知よ。
I've known it was I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning.
だって私の1998年には家族はいない。
After all, I have no family in my name.
絶対のゼロが揺らぐわずかの可能性と引き換えなら、私にはそれだけで価値がある。
If I could have a small chance of shaking the surface here, that alone.
仮に復讐を成し遂げても徒労になるかもしれないと事前に脅されてるわ。
I was warned beforehand that even if I succeeded in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort.
だから
So,
その部分に嘘はないわね。ベアとのゲーム版は完璧よ。あんたが立ち回ったところで。
yes, there's no lie in that part. Beato's game board is perfect. No matter what moves you make,
ベアトが敗北する可能性なんて生涯に一度のみ夢見ることを許されるかどうかくらいほんのわずか。
the chances of Beato losing are so slim that it's doubtful you dream of it happening once in your life.
つまり限りなくゼロとみなせるほどに絶対にその勝率はほとんどゼロ。
In other words, that chance of winning is so absolutely virtually zero that it can be regarded as close to zero.
だからベルンがそういうお茶を濁した言い方になるのは仕方がない。
So it's not really Byrne's fault that she had to say it in such an evasive manner.
でもあなたに夢を持たせた点についてだけは騙してると言い切れるわ。
But I can say for sure that she was tricking you when she let you get your hopes up.
だって天文学的な確率を乗り越えてあんたが勝利できたとしても
Because, I mean, even if you managed to overcome the astronomical odds and win,
家族が帰ってくるのはあんたのところじゃない。
the person your family would return to is not you.
この1986年に存在する6歳の正しい後ろ宮エンジェのところへよ。
It's the 6-year-old Angie that exists in this 1986, the rightful Ushiromiya Angie,
あんたのところにじゃない。
not you.
ベルンはそれでも100億のかけらをめぐりあんたに一番マシな世界を探すでしょうね。
Even so, Byrne will probably still go around billions of fragments searching for the most acceptable world.
そしてその彼女が言ったんじゃないの？
And didn't she tell you
手土産に持参するつもりだが見つけられなかったと。
that she planned on bringing it to you as a present, but wasn't able to find it?
言ったわ。
She did.
そろそろ気づいてきた？
Finally starting to realize.
あんたこの戦いにご褒美が用意されてないのよ。
Well, there is the satisfaction of giving you a swirling.
Yes, absolutely.
There's no reward waiting for you in this battle.
いえ、それどころか、ベアと打ち破ればゲーム版は消え去る。
No, to the contrary, if you defeat Beato, her game board will disappear.
そして、その駒であるあんたも消え去る。
Then you as a piece will disappear as well.
あんたに享受できるゴールは完全に、いいえ。
There's no goal you'll be capable of appreciating. Such a thing as utterly. No,
私の名において宣言するわ。
I'll proclaim it upon my name.
この絶対の魔女、ラムダデルタの名において。
Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, the Witch of the Absolutes, Lambda Delta.
絶対にないと宣言する。
I proclaim with absolute certainty that such a thing does not exist.
But you didn't say it in red.
そんな
Yeah, that's true.
それがペルンの嘘、煙に巻いたと言うべき？
That's Burns' lie. Or should I call it speaking in riddle?
あんたに
Lambda
救いがあ
Delta,
る
you
か
have
のよう
given
に
no
誤
new
解させ
information
て。
and have just straight up misjudged what Burns still even said to her in the first place. I don't know why Ange is getting freaked out about this. She should have realized this like from the very beginning. All of it. Maybe she just wasn't thinking about it, I guess. I don't know. She made you misunderstand and think that there was some salvation.
私はそれを解きに来たのよ。
Came to clear that up.
つまり私はどう戦いどう勝利を収めようとも
So, no matter how I fight, no matter what victory I secure,
私のところに家族は帰ってこないの
my family won't come back to me.
帰って
Knew this
こない。
already!
絶対に。
No, they won't. Certain.
絶対の魔女が絶対にって言ってるの。
The Witch of Certainty is telling you. Certain.
これってすごいことよ。私に絶対が与えられたくて、歴史的建造物を捧げた古代の王たちが何人もいたのに。
Do you know how incredible that is? There have been several ancient kings who dedicated historical buildings and wanted me to give them certainty.
私はそれを気前よくあんたにはプレゼントしちゃうの。
I'm giving it to you as a present.
これってばとっても素敵でキュートでマーベラスなことなのよ。
Why the English mixed in there? Ah, painful. Anyway, isn't this so lovely, cute, and marvelous?
でも一つだけいい提案があるの。
But I do have one nice little proposal.
Not good. I'm getting completely swept up. Knew I shouldn't have listened, and now the Witchland to Delta is starting to suck me in.
And you want to like bash and like yell at Battler for doing the same shit, and now you're doing it too. Like, come on.
あんたじゃない。
It's not so damn easy,
Yeah.
you weirdo.
And this is Cat
It's
talking.
almost like these. Do what?
And this is Cat talking, and Cat hates Battler.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate Battler, but like it's also understandable that he got swept up in it. It's like these are centuries or millennia year old witches, right? Like they're ancient beings. You're not gonna outsmart them so easily. It doesn't matter if you see it coming, they know what to say anyway. They've seen you before because you are not unique. You're just a human being.
私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得るとさっき言ったはずよ。
Like Battler deserves all the shit that like he has to go through for sure. Like not great, but it's also understandable that he got in this position in the first place. Like how do you fight against something like this with rhetoric and logic? It's just putting aside the fact that they don't operate on the same human to begin with. They're so incredibly ancient that it just doesn't matter. They have too much experience on it. My opponent is Bird, not me. I said just now that it's possible for there to be a subject that benefits both of us.
最初から私はそういう話をすると言っているわ。
I've been saying since the beginning that's what I want to talk about.
だから耳を貸しなさい。
So listen,
貸すしかないのよ、あんたには。
you have no choice but to.
聞くわよ。聞いてやるわよ。
Alright, I'll listen. I'm listening.
聞けばいいんでしょ。
I'm listening, okay? Are you happy now?
Finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Angie. But at some point I stopped being Angie. That's right, I'm Angie, not Angie. Who am I? Not my parents' daughter, nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game.
そこまで悲観することはないわ。だってよく考えて。
There's no need to be so pessimistic. I mean, think about it, okay?
今あんたはバトラお兄ちゃんに出会えているわ。
Right now, you're together with Paolo.
確かに自らの名を名乗ることはできないけれど、
Well, it's true that you can't tell him your name.
それでも少なくとも魔女と戦うゲームの味方同士という位置にいて、いつまでも
You're
永
at
遠
least
に
positioned
一
as
緒
his
にいる
ally
ことが
in
で
game
き
fighting
る。
against witches. And you're able to be with him all eternity.
意味わかる？
Get it? Look.
Frustratingly, I do. In other words, as long as Battler keeps getting a draw in this game, it will be repeated forever. Continuing to draw means the game will continue for eternity. It means that I, a game piece, can remain with Battler. But if Battler wins or else loses and the curtain closes on the
ここ
game,
まであるあんたは消える。
You, a piece, will disappear.
ゲームの駒の幸せは何？
What is the happiness of a game
ゲ
piece?
ームで遊んでもらうことだけよ。
Nothing more than being played within the game.
押し入れにしまわれて埃をかぶることじゃないわ。そうでしょ？
It doesn't come when the game's shut and claws gather dust, right?
in the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness is being used, not being stored away. That's right, I am now the witch's furniture.
話を少し変えるわね。実は私、このゲーム、永遠に引き分け続けてほしいと思ってるの。
Let me change the subject a bit, okay? Actually, I want this game to continue as a draw for all eternity.
終わらないゲームは永遠の終わり。
An unending game is an eternal cave.
ベルンを今度こそ屈服させる未来永劫に開かれることのない絶対密室よ。
An absolute locked room which will never open for all time, which will finally make Burn surrender.
ベアとはね、一応は勝つ気があるの。
The thing is, Beato does want to win, in a way,
バトラを屈服させるという勝利。
by making Battler surrender.
でもね、実はそれも私には困るのよ。
But that's actually a problem.
だってゲームが終わっちゃったら密室が崩れてしまうもの。
I mean, if the game ends, the locked room will fall apart.
だから私、バトラが屈服することだけはないように、ある程度の手心は加えてるの。
So I'm going easy on Battler to a certain degree, to make sure that he doesn't surrender.
安心して。
Don't worry, okay?
バトラが屈服しかけると、私は彼の味方になったりもしてるのよ。
When Battler starts surrendering, I'm even supporting him and stuff.
ただね、どうもベアとのやつ、それにうすうす気づき出してる気がする。
The only thing is, I get the feeling Beato is faintly starting to realize that.
こ
Not
の
a
ゲ
very
ーム
good
に
plan if she
自分
realizes
の
it
価値
after
は
only
永遠
3
にないん
loops,
じゃ
you
ないかっ
little
て
fucking
気づき
weirdo.
始めてる気がする。
I think she's starting to realize that her victory in this game comes for all eternity.
でもそこはさすが無限の魔女。
But we're okay there, because she's the endless
ベアとは
witch.
バカだから、それでもいつかきっと勝てる。
Beato's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually.
それまで延々と無限にゲームを繰り返せばいいと楽観してるわ。
and just has to repeat this game on and on endlessly until that happens.
金髪の女は大抵考えが足りないって決まってるものよ。
Lambda Delta. You know your avatar is blonde, right? Like, I'm sure you can change your appearance at any time you want, but you did choose a blonde avatar for this one, so... blonde-haired girls are almost always stupid.
この魔女のゲームには勝利も敗北もないってことなの？
Then in this game of witches, no such thing as victory, loss.
私が勝たせない。そして負か
I
せ
won't
な
let
い。
her win, and I won't let her lose
絶対に。
with certainty.
Yeah, so this is what Battler's been dealing with. Maybe go easier on him, Angie.
Yeah, I'm sure he
エル
knows
がそれに
don't
気づい
quit.
て、
That's just the joke, you know?
そしてそれを破るために最も強力な駒としてあんたを見つけ送り込んできた。
Vern realizes, so she found you to be the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock, threw you in,
このゲームを終わらせるためにね。
to bring this game into so.
このゲームを終わらせる？
Why are you repeating her? I don't understand. To bring this game to an end.
終われば駒の役目ははっきり断言する。あんたは存在が矛盾してるのよ。
When it ends, what role do the pieces have? I'll state it clearly. Your existence is a contradiction.
自らの存在理由が自らを闇に葬り絶望するため。
Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in darkness and despair. Yeah, it's just weird. You do that a little bit in English too, sometimes. Just
My goal is to defeat Beto and release my captive family. And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded.
what? Is that from the captioner?
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't. Yeah, I've never played Metal Gear Solid, so I don't know.
And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded.
負けられない。そして勝っても報われない。
You cannot lose, and you won't be rewarded. Win.
だから私は第三の選択肢をあなたに持ってきたの。
So I brought you a third
そし
choice.
てその選択肢は私とあなたの利害を一致させるわ。
Gotcha. Alright. So I brought you a third choice, and that choice will allow our interests to align.
Continuing the draw forever.
そう。永遠に引き分け続ける限り、この世界は崩壊しない。
Yes, as long as they continue to draw for all eternity, not collapse.
この世界は何？魔女とのゲームの世界。
What is this world? It's the world of the game with the witch.
ベアトとバトラが永遠に戦い続ける世界。
A world where bears are about to fight forever.
そして同時に、あなたが永遠にバトラと一緒にいられる世界なのよ。
And at the same time, it is a world where you can be with Batman forevermore.
My brain turned to mush. I could feel the chaos pouring from my eyes as a hot liquid. Heat of it felt like it was going to burn my face.
ねえ。エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。
Think about it, Ichi Beatrice.
ゲームを終わらせ、あなたとバトラの交流できる世界を終わらせようとするのが目的のベルンカステルに味方する理由がどこにあ
To
る
spite
の？
you, Lambda Delta. That's why. Fuck you. I'm gonna shove you in a locker. Since Bern Castell's goal is to end the game and end the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be on her side?
あの子はあんたを騙して
You're
た
the
の
little
よ。
shit that set this up in the
自
first
分の
place,
駒
so
に
it's
なれば、
really
あん
it's
たが
actually
救わ
all
れ
your
るか
fault
の
that
よ
I
うに
even had
ご
to
ま
do
か
any of
して
this in the
ね。
first place. So guess what? Get in the locker!
Yes.
That little girl, that girl was tricking you, you know? She made it look like you might be saved. You became the peace.
でも私はそこをごまかさない。
I won't deceive you there.
だから言うわ、エンジェ。
So I'll say it, Ange.
私の駒になりなさい。
Become my chess player.
私はベルンのように絶対にもらえない嘘のご褒美なんてちらつかせないわ。
Unlike Burn, I won't offer you false rewards that perhaps you never receive.
私の駒となり、このゲームが絶対に終わらないように私に協力する限り。
As long as you become my piece and help me so the game is certain never.
私はあんたにこの世界が絶対に続くことを我が名において絶対に約束する。
I'll grant you a certain promise upon my name. This world was certain. Thank you.
それだけじゃないわ。ボーナスもつけてあげる。
That's not all. I'll add on a bonus too.
あなたに課せられているルール、
The rule that binds.
それを取り払ってあげるわ。
Clear away from.
まあもちろん私の駒になると誓ってもらった後にだけどね。
Well, of course, that's only after you swore me peace, alright?
My throat made a heavy, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister praying for my brother's victory. I might be different now. I might have degraded into a witch's furniture, satisfied merely to be by my brother's side.
兄を裏切れと言ってるわけじゃないんだからね。バトラが負けそうになったら全力で助ければいい。
If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got.
逆にバトラがペアと追い詰めすぎたら少し加減を変えてあげてほしいと。
On the other hand, when Battler closes in too much, I just want you to hold back a little.
その程度のお願いをしてるのよ。
And that's all I'm asking, okay?
大丈夫。バトラを裏切るほどの必要はないわ。
Don't worry, there's no need for you to go so far that you're actually betraying Battler.
バトラ一人じゃベアトには勝てない。
Battler can't win against Beato alone.
だからベルンはあんたを送り込んだんでしょ。
That's why Burn threw you in, right?
あんたが手を貸さない限りバトラは永遠にベアトには勝てない。
As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beato for all eternity.
とっても簡単でしょ。
See how easy it is? I cast Conjure Water. Hey, that's mine. Give it back. Also, please, for the love of God, all the gods, just like. Can we get to the murders already?
Cat's
I want
feeling
to
the
see some dead
bloodlust.
bodies. Fuck, man. Hasn't been this bad since the first fucking episode. I want to see a dead body. Come on. No, I'm gonna eat it. Asmo, pass.
レビアお姉様、こっちこっち。
Levia, over here.
I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly.
Wouldn't that fucking suck? To be just like hanging out at like outside in a fucking park or something like that, and then just some demon that you literally can't even see snatches your donut.
Yeah, I'm just having my fucking donut, and suddenly I do not have my donut, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Where'd my donut? Where'd it go?
Yeah, I didn't drop it.
Not where my daughter. Where my donut? Damn it, Captain. I don't have a daughter.
Yeah, like, where's my donut? I didn't drop it, and I don't think a seagull snatched it.
I ain't eat it yet.
エンジェ様は読書をなさってるのよ。少しは静かにできないの？
Hey, Lady Angie is reading. Can't you be the slightest bit quiet?
そう言ってるサタンが一番うるさいのよ。沈黙なさい。
Yet you're the loudest one, Satan. Silence yourself.
この愚昧が。
You cretinous sister.
ルシファーお姉様の方がうるさいです。
You're louder than me, Lucifer.
文句が終わり？
Is there something you want to say to me? Yeah.
By now,
so-
I was used to the fights between the eldest and the third eldest sister. It's a bit funny how they're both a little hesitant even though they're so quick to anger. They might be surprisingly similar.
賑やかにしていろとの仰せでしたが、これではさすがに。
You ordered us to be noisy, but this is surely too much.
少しボリュームを下げさせますか？
Should I make them lower the volume?
気にしないで騒いでてくれていいわ。
You can mess around all you want.
教室の黄色い笑い声より100倍心地よいもの。
It's 100 times more pleasant than the shrill laughter in the classroom.
エンジェ様、早く次のページ。
Lady Angie, hurry up. Next page.
エンジェ様は読むのが遅い。
You read really slow.
マモンは読書が好きなの？地味なことが一番苦手そうに見えるのにね。
You look like you'd be the most averse to such things.
マモンが司るのは強欲。
Ramon's domain is greed.
知識欲にもそれは通じます。
That also includes a thirst for knowledge.
ただし、独占したがるので、本を与えると人に読ませまいと、読書後に焼いてしまうこともあるのでご注意を。
But she tends to want to keep that knowledge all for herself, so when someone gives her a book, she'll sometimes burn it after reading it. No one else can. Please watch out for them.
私は誰も知らないことを私だけが知っているのが好き。
I like knowing things no one else does.
誰もできないことを私だけができるのが好き。
I think that might be an envy thing.
だから勉強は
rather
好
than
き。
greed specifically. But
練
like,
習は好き。
envy, greed,
私だけが
lust, and gluttony
誰
all
も知らない
have
英知を
overlap anyway, so
独り
it's
占め
really
したい
hard
か
to
ら。
distinguish them. So, because those four things are all about like a different kind of desire, right?
Yeah, like, there's definitely a desire thing. Well, envy is wanting something that someone else has, whereas greed can be wanting something no one else has. So, envy would require someone else to have it. Yeah, and yeah, like Quinn
That's a
says.
problem with like every interpretation of the seven deadly sins, just because like those four sins are very close to one another.
Yeah, exactly. Every interpretation of the sins is that way, where they really are just variations on a concept, and if you don't keep them in their wheelhouse, they become non-distinct.
With lust?
No.
With sloth?
Yeah, you might be thinking sloth. Lust is one of the ones where you can easily Yeah, okay.
Just wrote the wrong word. Okay.
Yep.
We're good. I was gonna have some severe questions for you if you did actually mean lust.
Lust is want something a lot too. So once you take it out of sex, food, and money, it
Sex, food, money, and good looks, right?
Yeah. Then it just kind of becomes a gray mess.
That is something that I've run into with my own writing a lot. How to distinguish need and what must be. It's genuinely quite difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember the character, Mel, but I do have a demon.
Demon of which sin? Sorry, you cut out there.
Greed.
Greed. Okay.
must have leaned too far in my chair. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a demon of greed, Victoria Hayes.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Victoria.
The purple theme.
Yes.
And, like, trying to write, like, envy or lust after that is difficult because of how I've done greed in the first place. And it's not even really my fault on that one, just because, like, those 4 things are very close to one another.
Yeah.
So the best, like, I could always think of is, like, for envy, it's taking from others.
Yeah.
For example.
Bold gluttony into greed and ad posting. But yeah, like, the best I've seen is, and Quinn knows about this character in Toho, is greed as conspicuous consumption. There is a character in Toho that's a pestilence demon. Or not a pestilence demon, but a pestilence being, like a yokai. And they get people to lose their money by spending. Yeah. Like, her element is actually pestilence, but you could easily shift her into, like, a greed demon or something. But yeah, it's like famine expressed via money.
Yeah, I think one way that I would portray it is greed is about stockpile, right?
Yeah.
It's like you just stack more and more. It's hoarding, more or less.
Yeah.
Envy is wanting it because someone else has.
Yeah, envy is wanting what somebody else has specifically. So, it could be taking things from others, taking status from others, taking lovers from others.
Yeah. And then I would say lust is about experiencing it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, it's
and then gluttony is about consuming it.
Yeah, which is lust and gluttony where you can really get into the problem there, because if you take it out of the context of food and sex, they're both about, I want the thing, and I want the thing now.
Yeah, the only difference is lust doesn't, like, destroy the thing by doing.
Yeah, like lust, but then you kind of get lust and greed together, because then lust isn't destroying the things they're consuming.
Yeah, I think the lust thing, like, you could differentiate that from greed by having them toss the thing away rather than hoard it after having it.
Yeah, that makes some sense. But yeah, it's one of those things where they're very easy to blend together.
I am very well hydrated today, apparently, because I gotta go.
Then we're gonna take just a minute to be right back so I can grab a drink.
Yep.
Yeah, we're back, folks.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the reasons why people always, like, separate the 7 devils into 3 and 4. Because, like, the 3, that is sloth, wrath, and pride, are very readily distinct from the other 4, who are much more distinguished.
Yeah. And why most things tend to keep them within their wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm. The classic representation of them.
Yeah. Yeah, stick them in the classical representation. But I do agree of gluttony as destruction of the thing you're consuming.
Mm-hmm.
Because that fits very well also with, because we talked about it earlier, Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah. And then, of course, like, lust is using and then abandoning. There's no hoarding or destruction, or even taking.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, envy is exclusively taking. Not NBA, envy. Thank you. Fucking. Interesting. I wonder if there's a thread that I could tie between classical demonology and classical alchemy. I'm sure there's something, but I don't that worthwhile. It's like they're two, like, despite being from roughly the same time period and region, they're still very distinct from one another. Just sort of interesting.
Yeah, they're very distinct, though a lot of alchemists were demonologists and vice versa.
Yeah, which like doubles up on the weirdness for me, because you think with like most of them being alchemists and demonologists, or at least a solid amount of them being both, that there would be a lot more cross-pollination between the two disciplines. Nope, not really. Like hell, some of the 72 demons are explicitly stated to teach alchemy.
That's true. Anyway, I forget how much of this you actually read.
None of that, I think. I like knowing things that no one else knows. I like being able to do things no one else can do. So I like studying and practicing, because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows all to myself.
As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling, she stared transfixed at the open page, reading through it again.
It honestly sounds a lot more like pride to me. Is like having something that no one else has.
Kind of, but it also makes her a good opposite to envy.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to me, pride is glorification of the self. Whereas,
Yeah, and one of the ways that manifests is like, knowing things that other.
I mean, true. Yeah, now I get what you're.
In myself for being able to do this, blah blah blah.
Okay, yeah, you got a point there. Because I was thinking of it as. Yeah, no, you're actually correct.
Yeah, it's like, because greed is more like, I want to have and keep, right? It doesn't matter if anyone else has it. If anyone else had it, that would be envy, right?
Yeah, if anyone
greed
else
just wants to have and keep.
Yeah. I think it depends. Like, if it was an object, I would disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's a rare object, like, I don't know, the crown jewels or something.
Yeah.
You could go...
even for the classical thing with like money, like it's not that anyone else can't have money, it's that the greed person wants to have money and keep money.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying in general, like, there are things like that would work for greed, but I don't think knowledge does.
Yeah, it has to be something that's completely that you can't, like, that there can't be two of, right?
Yeah. And at that point, you go, well, yeah, it's showing your hoard, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You could see the greed that made her even more intent than me on devouring that page. As you can see, my magical power was now much stronger compared to the first day I summoned them. It was now at the point where I could summon all of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory at once, and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I couldn't recall where it was a quiet and calm street-side bench. The reason that I couldn't remember the location of this place was, at the time I visited it, I was very young. Still, I remember the day we'd walked there and how much fun it was. Mom, Dad, and even Battler had been there. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day, when all the family had actually been together. People walking by every once in a while weren't noticing me. They were just pleasantly ignoring me and passing by as normal. I wasn't even the slightest bit embarrassed by the Seven Sisters' shameless outfits, because it wasn't like they were actually being seen by anyone. In fact, I'd gotten pretty used to them, just so long as they didn't make me wear one. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a lot.
I would not be surprised if Lust has tried.
Good point. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everyone is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seems that I was lowering the average grade for the class considerably. Oh, that is fucking awful. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improves my grade, the average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn with colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it must have taken to draw that was nauseating. But I'd already spat out all of these complaints. I'd already used those girls to vent all my furious anger and sadness. The seven sisters were sometimes outraged, sometimes compassionate, and sometimes shared in my sorrows. I was truly happy to have friends with whom I could share those emotions. It said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrificial ritual. If that sickening occult message bottle was to be believed, it seemed that several among them even attacked my family. But I didn't believe that, and it would be pointless to question them about it. They're furniture, so all they do is respond to their master's requests. Even if they really had attacked my family, I couldn't hate them. The one I really hated was the Golden Witch Beatrice, or else the one at the very center of Rokkenjima Gate, Aunt Ava.
エンジ様、早く次のページ。
Rokkenjima Gate.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Lady Angie, hurry up, next page.
あ、ごめん。疲れたわ。
Oh, sorry. Tired.
少し休憩させて。
Mind if I take a break?
エンジ様、休憩だって。
Lady Angie says she's having a break.
遊ぼう遊ぼう。エンジ様、遊ぼう。
Let's play. And, Lady Angie, let's play.
When they noticed that I was interrupting my when they noticed that I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. That wasn't all. Even Maria and Sakataro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hid themselves so that they didn't interrupt my studying.
エンジ、お勉強どう？お勉強どう？
Angie, how's studying? How's studying?
サク太郎、元気？
I pitch squealing. Yeah. Sakataro, how are you?
ちょっと、私にもモフモフさせて。
Wait a second, let me fluffle him too.
早い者勝ちだっていつも言ってるでしょ。
You snooze, you lose, aren't we always telling you?
かわいいかわいい。
More squealing about how cute he is.
うきゅー、潰れちゃうよ。
You're crushing me.
うりゅー。
七姉妹が揃ってる時に現れたのが運の尽きだ。
Why are you posed like you're about to summon your blade? Your luck ran out when you showed up when all of the seven sisters were gathered.
おとなしくモフモフされてもらおう。
Now accept you're patently fluffled. Seriously, the fuck's a fluffle?
Fluffing the hair.
もういっつもこんなにしてしまって。
See, the only thing that I've got here, Googling the word fluffle, is a joke name for a group of rabbits. That's all I've got. It's not actually a thing. Come on, do you always have to treat him like this?
愚昧な姉と妹どもが申し訳ありません。
I apologize on behalf of my stupid sister.
サク太郎もみんなに会えて喜んでるよ。
Taking a drink there. Sakataro's happy to meet all of you too.
どうエンジ？
Well, Angie,
お勉強の調子は？
how's your studying?
ありがとう。まあ、そこそこには。
Thanks. Well, not bad.
ご丁寧にも、他のクラスで先にあった小テストのプリントが回してもらえたの。
They were nice enough to pass me a printout test from another class who
麗しい連帯感に涙が出るわ。
their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears to my
と
eyes.
りあえず、年表を頭に入れるだけでも、まあ、多少はマシかしら。
Well, at least I'll do a little better now for putting the timeline into my head.
無理よ。エンジェお勉強偉い。
You sure are good at studying, Angie.
いっぱい点数取れるよ。
You'll,
うり
you'll be able to get a lot of points.
ゃ。お疲れ様。マリア、お勉強は全然ダメだったから、ちゃんと勉強すれば点数が取れるエンジェが羨ましいよ。
Good work. I was completely useless at studying, so I'm jealous of you for being able to get a good score when you study hard.
ご冗談を。英語、ラテン語、オカルトの知識。
You're joking. English, Latin, knowledge of the occult.
そんなのを丸暗記できてるお姉ちゃんの方が、よっぽどすごいわ。
Yeah, the difference is that, like, she's actually interested in it.
Yeah, she's enjoying it.
You know? Like, it's a lot easier to learn shit when you enjoy, like, reading about it, right? Like, it's... Come on. Like, if you try to force someone who does not enjoy, like, using a sword to learn how to use a sword, they're not going to be good at it. It doesn't matter, like, what kind of supposed natural talent you say they have. They're not going to be very good at it because they're not going to enjoy it. So they're not going to seek out more time to do it or pay active attention to doing it while training, blah, blah, blah. When people enjoy the thing that they're studying, they learn faster. Imagine that. It's like fucking magic. You're much more amazing for being able to learn all of it.
マリアは魔法のお勉強は何でも覚えられるけど、つまんないお勉強は何も覚えられない。
I can remember anything when studying magic, but can't remember anything boring I have to study.
だからテストでも何も役に立たない。
So it doesn't help at all for tests.
確かに、オカルトの知識はどうかと思うけど、英語なんかは成績に結びつくんじゃない？
Well, I'm sure your occult knowledge would have been a bit like that. But your English and such must have translated into good grades, right?
小学校1年生の時、国語のテストで、鉄砲のイラストの脇に四角が4マスあって、そこに名前を書きなさいって問題があった。
In the first year of elementary school on a Japanese language test, there was a question where I was given a picture of a gun and 4 squares, and it said to write its name in the 4
ラ
squares.
イフルって書いたら×だった。
I wrote rifle and got it marked
ど
wrong.
うして？合ってるじゃない。
Why? Fits.
鉄砲が正解だって。
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Supposed to be the Japanese word.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the Japanese word for gun. Teppo.
カタカナは小学1年生では習わないからダメだと言われた。
Got told that it was wrong because you don't learn katakana in 1st grade.
Well, when you're like making kids like learn 2 different languages at the same time for their schooling, like you should probably like specify this. Like, hey,
Yeah, write
the
this.
Japanese word.
Yeah, write this in. Yeah.
マリアは
Write
よ
the
くわ
Japanese
から
word.
ない
Write the
から、
English word.
その日
Say
以来
that.
テストでは全てひらがなで書くようにしたよ。
I didn't really get it, so from that day on tests, I wrote everything in
でも
hiragana.
なぜかママには怒られる。
Got in trouble with mama for some
先
reason.
生にも怒られる。
Got in trouble with the teachers too. Yeah, this is actually an autistic mood, though.
Yeah. Although, like, I'm still sitting here like, dude, you should just like specify. Actually, be very specific. Like, just in general.
Yeah, like,
Because they're gonna interpret it however the fuck they want. And, like, who knows the mind of a child? I barely even remember being a child, much less how my brain was. Like, fuck, dude.
yeah.
お姉ちゃんは多分、生まれる国を間違えたわ。
You probably picked the wrong to be born in. Yeah.
ならマリア、魔女の国に生まれて魔法学校に入りたかった。
That would be pretty sick, though.
Then I'd have liked to have been born in a country of witches and go to a school of witchcraft.
そうしたら、もっともっと素敵な魔法の友達がいっぱいいたかもね。
And then you might have had a whole lot of even more wonderful magic friends.
でも、別に今は何も気にしてないよ。
But it's not like I mind it now.
だって、魔法はいっぱい使えるし、
Thinking about
魔
it,
法のお友達もた
she
く
is
さんいる。
interested in magic because it's strange compared to the world that she actually lived in. So if she was born into a country of magic, then wouldn't she be interested in technology? And rhetoric?
Maybe, but it's also a thing of she's doing this to fill in her loneliness.
Hmm.
And magic can present friends. After all, I can use a lot of magic, and I have a lot of magic friends too.
マリアには、サク太郎がいれば十分だもの。
All I need is Sakutaro.
僕だけじゃないよ。サクスケも、サク吉も、動物の音楽隊も、アザラシの下田くんも、ウサギのサナエさんも、小豚の
Oh,
ピゴー
Minnie,
くんも、
did you
他にもいっ
make
ぱい。
Maria?
I'm not the only one.
What the fuck?
There's also Sakusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda the seal, Sanai the rabbit, Pigo the
Sanai.
pig, and plenty more. Incredible. Maria's friends just keep increasing in number. Every time I ask, the list of her friends' names grow longer. But there's no doubt that Sakutaro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of her for having such a close friend.
どう？七姉妹は
How are they, the seven sisters?
仲良くやれてる？
Are you getting along with them?
本当に賑やかな姉妹たちよ。たまに物騒なことを言い出すけど、悪くないわ。
Angie, you usually agree with the worrying shit that they say, so like I don't know if you can say that as a bad thing.
Yeah.
Those sisters are really energetic. They sometimes say worrying stuff, but they aren't bad.
本当はサク太郎みたいな可愛い子が良かったんだけど、今は彼女たちと一緒でも十分いいかなって思ってる。
What I really wanted was to get a cute kid like Sakutaro. Now, I think being with these girls is more than...
もっと私の原初の魔法を学んだなら、きっとエンジェの好みの友達を生み出せるようにもなるよ。
If you learned my magic of origins more, I'm sure you'd be able to create just the kind of friend you'd like,
今
Angie.
のエンジェに想像はまだちょっと難しいね。
As it is, creation is still a little hard for you.
想像と召喚は違う。そして反言もまた違う。
Yeah. There's a difference between creation and summoning. Resurrection is different still.
やっぱり一番の願いは家族を蘇らせること。
So your greatest wish really is to revive your family?
よりしろは持ってるよ。これ。
Yeah, I have a vessel for it.
そうだね。その髪飾りならいつかきっとバトラーを呼び出す鍵になるよ。
Yes, I'm sure that hair accessory will become the key to summoning Battler
あ
someday.
とはエンジェの修行次第だね。
The rest is up to your training, Angie.
それがいつまでかかるのかわからないのが泣けるけれども。
Although not knowing how long that's going to take, cry.
ウリュウ、辛くてもしっかり。
Stay strong, even if it's tough.
エンジェが諦めなければ、絶対にいつか叶うよ。
If you don't give up, it will definitely happen someday.
絶対に叶うという保証を誰かがくれたなら、きっと心も休まるでしょうにね。
I'm sure I'd feel a lot more at ease if someone would just give me some proof.
ウリュウ、なら僕が保証する。エンジェはいつかきっと必ず願いを叶えられるよ。
Yeah, like being able to like actually see something like this happen goes a long way to believing they do it too.
Yep. Then I'll guarantee it, no doubt about it, someday you'll be able to make your wish come true.
ありがとう。気休めでも嬉しいわ。
Sorry, phone like lit up with a notification from YouTube, and it was just like, "Hey, a video that you might be interested in is live," and it's like, I don't fucking care. I'll see it when I check the person's channel next. It doesn't go away. Anyway, you know, like when fucking Bernkastel like flew through the air to like start with that, like seeing it happen is a lot easier. It makes it a lot easier to believe that you can do it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's a big thing. I don't know why. I lost the thought. Never mind. It's like the whole thought just fled from my brain completely.
It'll happen.
Yeah, it happens. Thanks. I'm happy even for consolation.
気休めじゃないよ。無理
It's not consolation.
ダメだよ、エンジェ。そういう感情は、半魔法の毒素になるよ。
Stop it, Angie. That kind of emotion will become the anti-magic toxin.
夢は必ず叶うって気持ちが、一番よく芽吹く魔力の種なんだよ。
The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into magic power.
そうね。ごめんなさい、
Rather than
お師匠
telling her
様。
some weird fucking. What's that? I can't summon the word. Damn it. Brain, would you actually function for language for once? Holy shit. Rather than telling her something that will make her anxious, say, you should probably be giving her some advice for it. Like saying, yes, you can do it. You'll just have to work hard. It is possible.
Yeah, here's the pathway to it kind of thing, or at least here's some more steps you can take. Like you've already mastered keeping all 7 of these going.
Yeah, apparently it's not even a strain for you anymore because you're calmly studying and chatting and reading and stuff. So, like, obviously you've advanced enough for the next step. So, like, let's get a move on. I guess maybe the next step would be, like, trying to make one of them manifest in the world or something. I don't know enough about the fucking magic, right? I don't know what the next step is.
But there is
something.
Yeah,
like,
there's gotta be something more. And that's probably making one other person experience magic. That's at least a step.
Or, like, giving them the ability to interact. Good, too.
Yeah.
Although, like, maybe they already can. Like, they did fucking steal a donut earlier. I don't know. Shit. The magic here isn't meant to be like a hard system anyway. It's not like we can act this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
The exact method of training is different depending on, like, and the type of magic. So, whatever. You're right. Sorry, man.
エンジ様は少し強欲さが足りないのよ。欲しいもののためにはどこまでも。
This is what I was talking about with greed also being a little bit of ambition. You need to be a little greedier, lady. Go however far for the thing that you desire.
手に入れるまで絶対に諦めないという根性が足りない。
Never give up until you get it. That's the willpower you're.
無理そんなことないよ。エンジェは頑張ってるよ。
That isn't true. Angie is doing her
あ
best.
りがとう、作太郎。マモ、泣き言なんて何の足しにもならないもんね。
Or you could just vent your emotions and just be like, alright, let's keep going. Thanks, Sakatara. Mama. Crying about it won't help it.
私にはただ頑張るしか道はないのよ。
There's nothing I can do except hang in.
努力するわ。
You were just talking about how good at vent trying to go back on. No fucking wonder you're so awkward, people. Gods. I'll try hard.
歯を食いしばってね。
Grit my teeth.
そして必ず夢を叶えるわ。
And I'll definitely make my dreams come true.
絶対に。
For certain.
無理エンジェ偉いよ。頑張ろう。
You're awesome, Angie. Do your best.
僕もママも応援する。
Memon and I will support you.
応援します。主が強欲であればあるほど、私たちの価値も上がるというもの。
Yes, we will. The grittier our master is, the more I'll increase.
それよりエンジ様、せっかく10人も集まったんだし。
Stop speaking so cute. See, more important, Lady Angie, we have 10 whole people here, so
みんなでしりとりでもして遊ぼうって提案がありまして。負けたら罰ゲーム。
it's a word game, but
Yeah.
how do we open the fucking
Yeah, we'll do
index
that
or
in a
whatever the
minute.
fuck it is?
But yeah,
We were
just
thinking maybe we could all play Shiritori or together or something. Like, penalty if you lose.
Shiritori is a
Yeah,
Japanese
that's
word game. Players take in turns to say words, and each word must begin with the last Japanese character of the previous word, forming a chain. And only nouns are allowed. And accidentally saying a word that ends with the character n loses you the game, because no Japanese word begins with n.
Yep, just
Yeah.
how,
Yeah, like a word
Kinda
like
like
ninja,
structure.
for example, begins with ni, not n.
What? What? Not what? What the fuck? That's a weird penalty, Beelzebub. Right? It's very on brand for you, but also that's real fucking weird. Let me nibble your ears. Ugh.
At least she's only talking to Sakataro.
もう、あんたの頭には食欲以外ないの？
Or maybe
Oh,
not.
Is there anything inside your head other than food?
グマイどもの愚かな提案をお許しください。そろそろ
Please
勉
forgive
強
my
に戻
creepy
られなくて
sisters
も
and
大丈
concealed
夫ですか？
process. Is it really alright for you not to return to your studying about that?
やだやだやだ、ずっとお勉強終わるの待ってたのに遊んでもらえないなんてやだ。
No, I waited so long for you to finish studying. You gotta play with us. You gotta.
悪くない提案と思います。たまには遊ぶのも頭の良い柔軟になるかと。
I don't think it's a bad idea. I was just that playing every once in a while is a way of exercising.
ベルフェが司るのは怠惰だっけ？もっともらしいことを言ってるけど、
Yeah, the more
う
efficient
まい
you
ことを
are,
言ってるわね。
the more efficient you are with that sort of thing. Like, the more time you get to relax. Your name was Sloth, right, Belf? What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you?
失礼しました。エンジェ様は勤勉でおられる。
My apologies. You are a diligent one, lady.
エンジさえ良ければ私もみんなと遊びたいな。
It's okay with you, Angie. I'd like to play with everyone
み
too.
んなでワイ
Watch
ワイ。
out where you're fucking waving that goddamn warp, girl.
Yeah, all noisy together.
きっと楽しい。
It'll definitely be fun.
エンジ遊ぼう遊ぼう。
Angie, let's play, let's
み
play.
んなでしりとりをやろう。
Let's all do Shiritori.
では、サクタロのウリュウからスタートで。
In that case, let's start from Sakataro's Uryu.
If she keeps waving that around, somebody's gonna
Yeah.
get threatened.
Like, fucking war picks and beaked hammers are for, like, when you want to open a man like a can of tuna. You do not just wave those things around.
Yeah.
この場合、何からになるの？
Probably Uryu. What's the next word have to start with?
Ooh.
Ryu?
The
Oh.
Ryu should be, like, one
Yeah.
character, right?
Yeah.
It's been a
Ooh.
while, but I'm pretty sure that's just one character.
Ooh, Ryu?
You?
Ryu. Ah, that's the problem. Ryu. You is also a character.
ウリュウから
いや
なんだろうね。
Uryu is that's two characters when you would write it in Japanese, right? You'd write U and then Ryu. So like it's just two characters. You just use the last character. It would just be Ryu.
やっぱり、竜
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it'd be.
What Quinn's saying.
Are we sure? I don't know. Like it's not like I can fucking read Japanese.
Yeah.
It's been way too. I doubt I could even fucking read a couple of like small
Yeah.
words. In
The exact rules are kind of ambiguous.
Yeah, that's fair. Because like the letter U stuff, like start with a letter, do a U at the end, like those are like weird combination ones. Yeah.
I wonder, maybe it really would be Ryu?
こんなおかしな語尾の単語が出てくるなんてめったにないし。
It's rare for a word that ends weirdly like that to come up.
じゃあ私が一番
I'm first then.
竜から行くね
I would like rule that as being like you could do either. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's for a game and it's just like the starting word. Whenever something like this comes up, just start whichever. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm first then. I'll start from you.
時計のネジの竜図
A watch stem. Ryuzu.
私が一番に言いたかったのに竜との方が素敵
Guess that works. Also, that's English word. I wanted to be the first one to speak. Lute, Ryuto. Would have been so much more wonderful.
図なんだかさっきから難しいのばっかりね。
The zoo. Feels like we keep getting tough ones.
というか、順番どうなってるの？
Wait a sec. What order are we going?
次は誰？
Who's next?
風流誰でもいいと思うよ思いついた人順でいいよ
I don't think it matters whoever thinks of something first.
何それ面白いねいっぱい言えた人が勝ち
Huh, that sounds fun. The person who can say the most
早
wins.
口しりとりだね
It's fast talking Shiritori.
じゃあ私行くねズッキー
Okay, I'll go then.
ニンニク炒
Zucchini.
めカブのパス
I think you're only supposed to say one at a time, Beelzebub. But also garlic stir fry, mekabu, and pasta.
タどれも美味しそう
All of them are delicious.
3つもいっちゃった
I said 3. Shut up, nerd.
ベルゼ3点獲得と。接続詞はありなのか？
Belza takes 3 points. Can you use conjunctions?
のがありになったら何でもありになっちゃうわ。
If you could use aim, then anything would work.
最後のはダメよ。
That last one doesn't count.
1点減点。
Minus 1 point.
目からよ。
Start over at me.
じゃあマリアねメレン
Okay, my turn. Merengue?
ゲうり
下水道埋め立て地地下室。
Damn, Lucifer. Drainage system, reclaimed land, basement. That order. Guess
ざっとこんな感じ。
Guesuito. No, sorry, it's kind of small. Let's read. Gotta leave. Umetata Techi? There we go. Chika Shitsu? Something like that.
Yep.
It's been way too. Oh, and she also said something like that. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
お姉様、なんだか品のない単語ばっかり。
That was Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
That was Lucifer. I'm pretty sure though. Anyway, Lucifer, those are all pretty unrefined words.
何よ。じゃあ品のいい単語で続けてみなさいよ。
So what? Why don't you try following up with something fine?
とにかく私、3点ね。
Anyway, that's 3 points for me.
次はつよ、つ。
Next one's Sue, alright? Sue.
こんな変なしりとり初めて。
It's not gonna fucking... Doesn't matter.
Never played such a weird Shiratori
面
before.
白い。
Fun.
うりゅう。全然わかんないけど面白い。
I don't get it at all, but it's
う
fun.
りゅう。
First thing that pops in is... Sure, Tsubasa.
Mm-hmm. I'd played normal Shiratori before, but this kind of weird Shiratori was a new experience for me. 7 sisters who would be lively enough just on their own. Maria, Sakutaro, and me. I was now surrounded by friends that were just so fun. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone wouldn't change the fact that I was locked up in an academy, without a single friend in my class. But I was having such a fun and merry time regardless. I'll become a witch like Maria. And someday I'll add my family to this happy circle. Mom, Dad, and Battler. If possible, George and Jessica too. And my other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing. And we'll all be gathered together.
I feel like that's not a good idea.
夢、そうよ。
Angie, you very obviously don't know your relatives very well. That is my dream, yes.
私はそれを叶えるまで絶対にくじけない。
Until I make it come true, I'm definitely not going to retard.
エンジ様はきっと大魔女になられ
I
ま
know it's
す。
just like a Japanese like writing thing. How it's more concerned with this kind of like characterization than anything. Gods. The way that like they talk to themselves sometimes. Just fucking.
あなたがそうだと信じるだけで、我ら煉獄の7姉妹はその日まで常におそばにお仕えするでしょう。
I'm sure you'll become a great witch. As long as you believe. We 7 stakes of purgatory will always serve by your side when that day comes.
いてくれる？いつまでも私の力になってくれる？
You'll be there, no matter how long you'll lend me your strength.
当然。だって私、エンジ様の友達じゃないですか。
Of course, after all, I'm your friend, right, Lady Angie?
ええ、そうね。常に全員揃ってみんなで遊びましょう。
Yes, you are. Let's always stick together and play together.
今もこれからもずっとずっと。
Stay in the future, forevermore.
エンジ様が夢を叶えられる日まで。
Until the day you can make your dream come true.
The lively 10-person game of Shiratori, cut off from time alongside the street under the forever bright warmth of the sun, continued without end.
Well, obviously, had it some because you're now in the future.
マジほんと。どういうわけ後ろ宮さん。
What the hell? Seriously, Ushiromiya? In the end, I wasn't able to make a very good grade on my test. I thought I memorized things in my own way. But if you can manage anything by cramming all night like that, no one would worry about tests.
あらかじめ問題が分かってたら、普通楽勝じゃない？楽勝。
Normally, when you know the questions beforehand, you'd ace it easily, right? Easily.
さすがの私たちも空欄に答えまでは書き込みませんでしたわ。
It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks
そ
for
の
you.
程度はお勉強してくれると信じてま
I
したか
thought you'd
ら。
have the sense to study at least that much.
何これちょっとマジこれ信じらんない。ほとんどダメじゃない。
Oh my god, no friggin' way. This is God Almighty, they're almost all wrong, aren't they?
あんた本当にちゃんと予習したわけ？
Did you really actually study for this?
一応。
一応ってレベルじゃありませんことよ、後宮さん。
More or less.
This isn't what
I
you
can't
call more or less,
decide if-
Ushiromiya.
I can't decide if they gave her the wrong fucking sheet on purpose, because like as soon as like she said she got the like the early version of the sheet, I was like, I don't know if I trust that.
Yeah, I don't know. it could be that she just got it wrong, because she got the answers wrong, but I don't know.
Yeah.
ここまでひどいと私、めまいすらしそうですわよ。
My mind is reeling from how horrible this is.
神よ、こんな
But it's
簡
kinda
単な
difficult
テスト
to
す
get,
ら
like,
無残な
almost
成
all
績を
the
残し。
questions wrong, even if you don't actively study for something, right? Like, shit.
Yeah. Oh Lord, please forgive her for getting a miserable grade on such an easy
クラス
test
全体の平均点をガタ落ちさせる彼女を。
and plummeting the average score for the entire class.
It's a fucking Christian school? What?
Well, I mean, it is called St. Lucia.
Yeah, that's true. I should have. I don't know. I'm used to like the names of the schools just like not really fucking much to like what it is, right? So I don't know that they're actually the same.
The same test had been given to another test first. They had managed to get a hold of that test paper, so the average score for this test was unusually high. Enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things that I couldn't make an excuse for. I had spent that entire day studying like mad and might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After all...
Okay, there is. It's St. Lucy. What it actually is.
Okay. After that on that day, I'd spent the entire time fun playing Shiratori with the seven sisters, Sakataro and Maria. As expected, the winner had been Maria. She had been a strong player because of her various bits of random knowledge. Sakataro had gotten the penalty. He had spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, and had completely forgotten to think of any himself. Because of that, he got dogpiled by the seven sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, didn't he?
ねえ、聞いてる、後宮さん。
Excuse me, are you listening, Oshiromiya? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. Annoying, smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, a weary expression on her face.
相変わらずおかしな学校ね。自分の成績が良かったなら、万々歳じゃないの？
If their own grades are good, shouldn't they be more than happy?
連帯責任とやらのせいでしょ。彼女らにとって自分の成績がどうこうじゃなくて、クラスの平均点が低くて恥ずかしい方が問題なのよ。
It's probably because of that collective responsibility thing. Instead of worrying about, I'm more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class after.
Yep.
あるいは、その
I
結
knew this
果、
was fucking thing.
罰則として与えられる奉仕活動が嫌で嫌で仕方ないのか
Like
もしれない。
obviously, what these girls are doing is not okay, but you can very clearly see where it's coming.
Yeah, like, this school is almost designed to have infighting like this.
Yeah, like it's just straight up. Like I'm pretty sure that is actually true.
Yes.
This is why collective punishment doesn't work in the military either. People will just hate the motherfucker that got them all punished instead of like helping them figure shit out. It doesn't actually build like bonds between a unit or whatever. It just makes people hate some other one really bad for no reason. Just because like one person be a dick to the entire group all at once. Collective responsibility does not work. It just forces some people to be like the outsider that's bullied. Or maybe it's because they really, really hate the volunteer work forced to do as punishment.
それってつまり、成績を良くしたいから勉強してるとかじゃなくて、連帯責任や奉仕活動が嫌だから勉強してるって意味？
We got so busy fucking talking about all this shit that I didn't roll a cigarette for 2 hours. So in other words, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good, but because of collective responsibility and because they hate volunteer work.
妬ましくて恥ずかしいのよ。誰かより劣りたくない。恥ずかしめられたくない。そんな気持ちだけが彼女らを勉強に駆り立ててる。
They're jealous and embarrassed. They don't want to be inferior to anyone, and they don't want to be humiliated. It's the only feeling that drives them to study.
勉強がしたければ勝手にすればいいのに。騒がしい奴ら。
What noisy people. If they want to study, why can't they just do it themselves?
つまるところ、連帯責任も奉仕活動もなければ、彼女らは勉強などする気もないわけだ。勉強の意味も知らず勉強することの、なんと愚かしいことか。
You also can't blame them.
Yeah, this is absolutely the people who set this up.
Yeah, like, they're like almost literal children, like studying without knowing the meaning of studying is just sort of like what kids have to do because they're not going to understand the meaning of studying without studying. It's just sort of you just gotta work with it. In the end, without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study. How foolish it is to study with the meaning of study.
しかし、本当にこいつらはうるさくてバカ。エンジェ様の貴重な昼の一時を邪魔するなと言うのに。
Wow, these guys are so annoying and stupid. Stop disturbing Lady Angie's precious lunch.
こいつら嫌い。早くどっか行っちゃえ。
Why are you so fucking whiny, Asmodeus? Please. I hate these guys. Just go away.
お腹すいた。早く消えちゃえ。
Beelzebub is not much better.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm hungry. Disappear. Disappear already.
ごめんね、みんな。人間ってのはどうしてここまで浅ましいのかしらね。
I'm sorry, everyone. I wonder why humans are so despicable.
自分で努力するよりエンジェ様に努力させる方が楽で強欲に平均点を稼げるってことでしょ。
It's probably because instead of working hard themselves, forcing you to put in an easier way for them to greedily boost the class out.
人間なんてみんな強欲。
Humans are all.
そしてより楽なようにそれを強いる。
Sorry, popping one like nothing. Got to pull on my thumb pretty good for that one. And they'll burden others with that to make things easier. So.
こいつらとはやがて煉獄の山で再会するわ。第五感を抜けるときはせいぜい己が足元に注意することね。
We'll eventually be reunited with them on the purgatory. When they get to the fifth terrace, they better step. I don't think you can say much about that, Mammon.
Mammon controls the fifth terrace of the mountain that reaches to paradise, Mount Purgatory. Given that she herself was promising them this, you can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven will not be an easy one.
Yeah, for something they did when they were fucking 15 or 16, sure. Mm-hmm.
No, in fact, why don't they just go to hell? The class committee had applied to the student council to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group, a wonderful little gathering so that they can all collect around me and make me study. I'm overjoyed, which meant that every day I would have all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon stolen away from me. The academy and its student council, with its motto of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I would no longer be able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course it was nothing like that naive fantasy. After school in the classroom, after a dozen of my classmates crowded around my desk, first before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show remorse for my actions. Of course, there was no way I had an answer to a question like that. They had avoided me like the plague up until now, and they had rejected me and kept me at a distance so as not to include me in their communities. So I had been avoiding their communities myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict between us that way. But even when they formed their community intent on raising the class average, I obviously kept well away from it. Even if I had tried to join in, they would probably have ignored me just like they had always done in the past.
言ってくれれば私たちいくらでも教えてあげたよ。
No, you wouldn't have. You would have made fun of her. You'd have just asked, we'd have taught you as much as you wanted. Wouldn't we? Such enthusiasm. I had enough of their ex post facto pretenses of
後ろ
charity.
宮さんの悪いところはね、協調性がないところなのよ。
Ushiramiya, the thing that's bad about you is you're lacking a cooperative
自
attitude.
分さえ良ければいいって思ってる。その考えがいけないのよ。
You only think about yourself. It's that selfish way of thinking that's the problem.
セールチーヤの学び屋に集う者は協調の心を持つように。
Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart.
ちゃんと生徒手帳にも明記されてましてよ。
It is written right there in the student handbook, you know?
協調性があれば、クラス全体に貢献するために一緒にお勉強しようという意思も生まれると思うの。
Think if you have a cooperative attitude, that's what gives birth to the desire to study together and contribute to the entire
そ
class.
ここそが、後宮さんにお勉強以前に欠けている部分だと思うんだけど、
I think
どう思うかしら？
I think that's the most fundamental thing you're lacking. How about you?
ねえ、さっきからあなたのために、私たちはわざわざ放課後に残って、こうしてお話ししているのよ。
Hey, have you been listening to us? We've gone to all the trouble of staying after school to have this talk for your sake, you know? The tears of gratitude are pouring down. Of course they didn't like that. This is why it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they scolded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, they meant today. Class president politely applied to the student council in the staff room for an extension on the use of the classroom. Apparently, it was accepted right away, which meant that, starting now, I would be forced into self-criticism here for at least a full 5 hours.
No,
Fuck.
see, like, this is when you just, like, get up and leave. Because what can they actually do to you?
Yeah, I don't actually know what they can do to her, really.
Like, I can't comment on, like, the legality of what, school are allowed to do and all that stuff in, like, mid to late 1990s Japan. But at least in the States, like, when someone, like, demanded I do something, I could literally just be like, nah. Your punishment means nothing. Like, this isn't a punishment. What are you doing? You know, and I could just, like, get up.
Yeah, then again, this is like, you know, a horror visual novel school, so the bullies could probably, like, at least beat the shit out of her.
Yeah. But at least then, like, you could be like, well, look at me. What do you think happened?
I, Ushirumi Ange, caused trouble for my classmates by getting a low score on my test.
違うです。成績が低くて迷惑をかけたってのは根本じゃないでしょ。
That's not it. You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem,
協
right?
調性でしょ？協調性。
It's a cooperative attitude. A cooperative attitude.
なんで後宮さんの反省文の書き方まで私たちが指導しなくちゃならないのよ。
Come on, why do we even have to guide you on how to write a letter of remorse? Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their guidance and put the eraser to it. I, Ushimiya Ange, caused trouble for my classmates by not having a cooperative attitude.
ねえ、ちょっと。私たちが言ったのをそのまま書いても意味ないのよ。
Hey, wait a sec, it's pointless if you just write whatever we
あ
say.
んた、反省って意味わかっ
Do
て
you
んの？
even friggin' know what remorse means?
自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ意味がないじゃない。
It's
自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ。
It's pointless if you don't write it in your own words. Pointless.
後宮さんってちょっと不思議な子だなって思ってた
I've
けど。
always thought you were a bit
やっ
strange,
ぱり変
Ushiramiya.
わってるよね。
But you really are an odd one. Even following their guidance didn't change the jeers much. In fact, now it felt like they were mocking me more as well. In this way, over the following several hours without rest, without being allowed to go to the bathroom, of course without being permitted to have dinner, and while being continuously insulted, I was coerced into writing a document which humiliated myself. And as it passed, night at night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters, whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their guidance, so while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I was being coerced in writing it down and even coerced into reading it aloud. I was surprised to find that even after all this time, in addition to ignoring someone and hiding their things, there were still other ways like this to bully people.
ほら、早く読み上げなさいよ。
Come on, hurry up and read it out.
後宮さんのために、これだけの人間がこんなに遅くまで付き合ってるのよ。
Look at how many people are staying this late just for you, Ushiramiya.
少しは感謝したら？
How about a little gratitude? Fuck, girl. Well, now I know why you're listless and annoyed constantly.
Yeah.
そこで感謝の気持ちが湧かないという時点で、もう協調性がかけらほどもないのよね。
Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude for that indicative of her not having a scrap of cooperative attitude?
大丈夫よ、後宮さん。これからは私たちがいつも一緒にいてあげるから。
It's alright, Ushiramiya. We'll always be with you from now
一緒
on.
にお勉強して生まれ変わりましょう。
Why not study with us and remake yourself? Okay?
Alright, break time. Break from all this for a couple. Just because, like, it's difficult for me to, like, sympathize with other people, especially, like definitely other people in general. But this is more like bringing back memories of things that I went through when I was very young.
Yeah.
So, it's like, thankfully, when I was like fucking 12, 13, like that, there was like a switch that flipped in my head, and I just suddenly got like a hell of a lot sharper. And not like, not in terms of like perception, intelligence, anything, like my word, so much sharper, more pointed. I don't know like how it happened, but like whenever people started like trying shit with me again, like it just, it was like I just like opened my mouth and razor blades would fall out at the.
Yeah.
And that stopped a lot of it, but like, even so.
Yeah, like, this is definitely a rough set.
It's definitely got like that pulse of ache running back in my head right now.
Yeah. Yeah, like, part of me is absolutely going, where's the stakes when you need them? And, like, not just the pictured ones, but, like, the actual flying stake.
Yeah. Fucking. It's like I got very close to committing some very, like, extreme levels of violence on people in school, so. Like,
Yeah. I
the
definitely...
way that I talk to characters in, like, Final Fantasy XIV is not that much different than what I thought about was in high school.
Yeah, definitely.
I haven't actually changed that much. I'm 13, 14 years older than I was then, but I haven't actually changed that much.
Yeah, and yeah, I experienced stuff like this in school a lot. I was obviously not specifically with my academics, but definitely.
Yeah, of course not. Like, I remember one time when I was like, sophomore year, so I was like 15, I think. I, of course, because I've had insomnia all my life, at the time, like, I had to sleep in like 2 or 3 that I was leaned over a damn desk because it was like a whatever. I don't remember why there was a free period going on. I think it was like right around a break, so like no one wanted to do anything right before break. Because I was just like leaned over on the desk, and people were trying to throw trash into the gap between my coat collar, because I was wearing a leather jacket, my jacket collar, and the rest of it, and like keeping me awake that way. and just being a dick, really like being dicks about it. And one of the few like friends that I had trying to get them to stop, and then they started whispering among each other, "Oh, isn't that girl that like carries a car and everything?" And then like she got fucking suspended because of what they were whispering, and like the teacher that was just sitting like literally 4 or 5 feet from didn't do a damn thing about them throwing trash down the fucking jacket.
Yeah, it's just fucking hell. Our school systems are broken, folks.
Yeah. Like, this is after I got all sharp like that, too, so, like, this is relatively minor compared to all the other shit.
Yeah.
I was too tired to think about it at the time, but damn, thinking about it now is just sort of like, I should have, like, bashed their fucking faces and, like, crunched their noses to the desk. This is... I wouldn't fuck with me anymore after that.
Yeah, it's definitely, it was a weird thing with me where I had this mental block of don't do violence, and I just continued to have that. So, no matter what anybody did to me, I never got violent.
Yeah, I had to struggle very hard violence. I thankfully managed it the whole time, but it got close enough that I've got scars on my arms from like ripping my arm and dragging my nail down, poking myself with a pencil to keep myself focused. I got a long scar all the way down the back of my arm from it.
Yeah. So yeah, like, if anybody does need to take a minute with this, like, we've got a VOD, you can take a minute.
Yeah, you can catch up later. Besides, like, it's a good opportunity for us to pause and cool down.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, even when I was very young, like, bullying didn't make me bad, it pissed me really bad.
Yeah, for me, I think I felt a little bit more like Ange feels, where it just kind of made me listless. I didn't feel like anybody understood me, and I didn't understand anybody else. And some of that, sure, like, especially down the road, was definitely, you know, me being a bit paranoid. But there was definitely this barrier where I didn't feel like I belonged anywhere.
Yeah, I think I remember feeling that as well, but it didn't make me listless. It was just sort of like, yeah, sure. But that's also my specific neurodivergent speaking. I don't need a place to be personal. It's literally not part of my neurology.
Yeah. And it definitely got better once I started interacting with people online and stuff. Oh, alright, Gwen. Check you later.
Alright, Gwen. Have a good evening. I do have to go to the bathroom. Like I said, I am apparently very well.
Alright, we will take a break, folks. We will be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Back. Yeah, so we're gonna see if we can at least get through this scene before we continue, because I don't want to start on this scene.
Yeah, that would be a not great beginning.
Yeah.
So they immediately put us back in this fucking mood again. Nah.
Still surrounded by them, I stood from my seat and dropped my gaze towards the blackened page, and then I began to speak those humiliating words. Right away, jeers flew at me, saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. Can't read this. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful.
This is when you lock your arm in their necks and pull them in real close and then just like whisper it in their ears very sharply.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My throat shook. Fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation, written in my own handwriting, made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. The girls surrounding me all appeared warped. I saw them warped into exactly an impression I had of them. In other words, this was the correct view. Beyond that
people
twisted...
are starting to understand why I used to be a gym rat.
Yeah. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all of their eyes.
Ange, しっかり。
Angie, stay strong.
うりゅう。
Maria and Sakatara were looking at me with sad eyes. Perhaps because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads.
なんなのよ、こいつら。
What the hell's wrong with these people?
最低のやつら。腹渡が煮えくり返るわよ。
They're such dirtbags. Really pisses me
エ
off.
ンジ様を寄ってたかってなぶり者にして何が楽しいわけ？
System that's like put in place to this. What's so fun about ganging up on Lady Ange and tormenting?
妬ましくても吐き出せない怨さ。誰でもいいのよ。吐き出せればね。
The resentment of not being able to spit out their jealousy. Anyone would do, as long as they can spit it out.
最低のやつら。
They're the worst.
エンジェ様、ここはご自身の名誉のために怒り狂うことが許される場面です。
Lady Ange, in this kind of situation, going mad with rage for the sake of your honor is perfectly acceptable.
怒りは正当な感情で正当な反応。
Anger is an appropriate emotion and appropriate reaction.
こ
Thank
こ
you,
で怒ら
Satan.
なかったらどこで怒るんですか？
If you don't get mad now, when are you going to?
Thanks, Satan.
Yeah. Thanks, Satan.
やめなさいよ。安っぽくエンジェ様を怒らせないで。それができたらもうやってるわよ、エンジェ様は。
Stop it. Don't stir up Lady Ange with cheap anger. If Lady Ange could do that, she would have done it already. Not
怒って
necessarily.
状況が改善できるならそうすべきだ。だが、客観的に判断して、それはますますに状況を悪化させるだけだろう。
Yeah, Belphegor, but it would be real fucking cathartic.
It would.
The situation could improve by you getting angry, then that is what you should. However, objectively speaking, it only serve to aggravate the situation
屈
further.
辱的だが、今は耐えるのが賢明だ。
Maybe humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is withstand it. You can just fucking.
さすがベルフェネーは怠惰やってます。
ふざけないでよ。私は耐えられない。
You really are a sloth. Screw that, I can't stand this.
こいつらが許せない。
Can't forgive them.
みんな騒がれエンジェの負担になっちゃうよ。
Everyone settle down. You're putting a burden on Angie.
負担？何言ってんのよ。ここは騒ぐところでしょ。
Burden? What are you talking about? Is this the time or place to be calm?
私たち家具は主が侮辱されているのを見て冷静でいられるほど残酷じゃない。
We furniture are not so cruel as to be able to coolly watch our master being humiliated.
エンジェ様、そんな侮辱の文章を読む義務はありません。怒りの声を上げられないなら、せめてその屈辱の文面を床に叩きつけて。
Lady Ange, you have no obligation to read such a humiliating essay. If you can't let out a cry of rage, then at least throw that insulting message onto.
口汚く罵らなくていい。のけぞらせるほどの大声を上げなくていい。
You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud they bend over backwards.
ただ渾身の力でそのノートを床に叩きつけて。
Just throw that notebook on the floor with all your might.
それだけのことでエンジェ様は強い意志を示すことができる。
It's all you need to do to show how strong-willed you are.
勝手なことを言ってるでしょ。それができるもんならエンジェ様だってとっくにやってる。
Don't be so irresponsible. Told you already. If Lady Ange could do that, she would have done it so long ago.
一時の感情の爆発は何も解決しない。むしろエンジェ様に対する風当たりを悪くするだけだと、なぜわからん。
Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions. Why don't you understand that doing that will only worsen the criticism Lady Ange is receiving?
エンジ様は悪くないのに、なんでこんな目に遭うの？
Why is this happening to Lady Ange when she didn't do anything wrong?
夕飯も食べさせてもらえないで、放課後からずっとこんななんて嫌。
Not letting her eat dinner and making her stay so long after school. I hate it.
今夜だけじゃないわ。今日も明日も明後日も。
It's not just tonight, it's tomorrow and the day after, too.
いい加減にしてこんな屈辱耐えられない。
Give me a break. I can't bear this humiliation.
ねえ、私たちの話、本当に聞こえてる？
Excuse me, are you actually listening to us? Someone tugged at my hair, pulled back into miserable
Okay,
reality.
no. As soon as they, like, actually touch you, you start fucking breaking. Like, if someone, like, starts pulling your fucking hair to get your attention, you snap that wrist like a twig.
Yeah, I was no
Grab
longer...
it and squeeze until you feel it crunch.
I was no longer even permitted to listen to the Seven Sisters expressing my inner thoughts on my behalf. My hair was lifted upwards, one of my hair ornaments came off and I heard it bounce and roll on the ground. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy had come rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again.
なんで私たちがこんなに真剣に話してるのに、いつも聞いてないわけ？
Why is it that you're never listening even though we're trying to have a real serious talk with
右
you?
の耳から左の耳
In one
って
ear
や
out
つ？
the other, is it?
それとも馬の耳に念仏かしら？
Or maybe we're talking to a brick wall.
あんた
Get a grip, alright?
私たち全員に迷惑かけてる。
Okay,
私たち
so
に
like
言わ
a
れて
quick
るから
aside
いやいや書いたと
for
か
anyone
言い出すん
wondering,
じゃないでしょ
the
う
way
ね。
that you win against a group of people in a fight is through ultra violence. You break them as quickly and ruthlessly and brutally as you possibly can.
Yes.
Like you keep your target between you and the rest of the group at all times, and you break them as quickly as you can and move on to the next and do the same to them. There's a reason why Who Wants to Be the First works. It's not a trope. That actually works. Because no one wants to be the first to have their arms turned into pretzel.
Yeah. And for legal reasons, this is in Minecraft.
Yes, this is in Minecraft. Like, if you get into a situation like this, start breaking things. By things, I mean people. Ugh.
Are you really conscious of the trouble you're causing all of us? You better not be about to say you just wrote that grudgingly because we told
あ
you
んたが
to.
本当に自分の意思で反省できるまでマジで終わんないからね。
Until you really feel remorse by yourself, this isn't gonna end. Get
今日
it?
だけじゃないよ。
It's not just gonna be
明
today.
日も明後日もマジで続くからね。
This is seriously gonna keep on going tomorrow and the day after. You
あ
got
んまり
that?
舐めてんじゃないわよ。
I'm warning you, don't push your luck with
つ
this.
うかさ、なんでまだ生きてられる普通。
Like, more to the point, what are you even still alive for? Could you guys go on like this?
私なら死んじゃう
If it
ね。
were me, I'd just
生
die.
きてられないよね。だってさ、生きてるだけで迷惑かけてるだけでしょ。
Yeah, I could never live this way. Think about it. Just by being alive, you'd be getting in other people's way all the time, right?
私だったら絶対に生きてられない。
If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on.
うんうん。私だってその方が世の中のためになるならすぐにでも死んじゃうよ。
Yeah,
ね
I'd die too. If that's better for the world, I'd die on the spot, wouldn't you?
じゃあ死んでよ。
There you go. Just tell them to die.
Yeah, then die.
エンジ様？
こいつら全員今すぐ殺してよあんたたち。
Oh, fuck.
ル
Kill
シ
them
ファ
all
ー
immediately.
聞こえた？
Lucifer, did you hear me?
あんたたち煉獄の七姉妹は人間なんかあっという間に皆殺しにできるすごい核なんでしょ？
Sorry, Angie, I don't think you're strong enough to manifest them physically in a room full of this many people. I don't think that's gonna be a thing. You seven sisters of purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash,
あ
right?
んたらいつも私にそう自慢していたわ。
You're always boasting about it to me.
ならやって今すぐこいつ
Then
らを
do
皆
it.
殺し
Kill
にし
them
て
all right now.
今すぐこの場で。
Right here, right
そ
now.
れは
For some reason, Lucifer's speech
なんで
faltered.
どうしてよエ 目にも止まらぬ速度で飛び回って魔女の敵の心臓を即座に貫く必殺の家具でしょ。
Why? What's wrong? You're certain kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see. Instantly strike through the hearts of the witch's enemies, aren't you?
そしてそれを主である私が命じてる。
I'm giving you an order as your master.
今すぐ実行しなさい。殺して、こいつらをみんな殺せ。
Carry it out right away. Kill them. Kill them all.
どうか。
I
Lady
flashbacks.
Angie, please calm down.
They-
I was just chewing on the fucking.
They had immediately followed my brutal order and left the corpse strewn all around me. I would have been ready to rue my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily. I was ready to regret and feel remorse just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to go through that. And yet Lucifer just let out an unsure expression rise to her face and didn't move to carry out my order. I was aware. Of course I was, vaguely. No, that's not it. I knew it from the very beginning. I knew, didn't I, that magic was all empty. Ah, and this is when they separated.
The seven sisters of purgatory. Worthless. Worthless.
最初から知ってたんだから。
Knew it from the very beginning.
エンジェさん。
Glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes. It seemed that pain accompanied that stare, as though she had been struck by a horrendous headache. Lucifer clutched her head with both hands. But it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my glare, for the pain assaulting her grew more and more intense.
You're useless. Useless. I hate you.
消えてしまえ。
Disappear.
あんたなんて所詮私の中の妄想じゃない。
You're nothing but a delusion inside my head.
Hopeless and disappointment. Resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound like you'd hear from a frozen lake surface during a fierce winter rang out just once. Simultaneously, Lucifer's swarm, tormented by violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautiful polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless cracks. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and the head and arms fell to pieces as it crumbled onto the floor.
Who's the second sister? Leviathan?
私の命令を実行して、
Carry out my order.
今すぐにこいつらを皆殺しにして。
Kill them all right now.
どうかお気を沈めてお聞きください。
Well, Lady Angie, please calm your heart and listen.
私たちは
Gotta clear my throat too at the same time.
I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or a reply. Want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who were humiliating me. If you're going to say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan turned white from the vast number of cracks through her whole body, frozen in a bent backwards pose, she toppled over and her fragile neck, hips, and arms broke into separate parts. Would have been less brutal if they had just smashed into smithereens instead of retaining their original form. But the fact that I had left the two of them partially intact made the remaining younger sister shake even harder.
どうして私の命令を聞いてくれないの？どうしてよ！
I want you to listen to my orders. Why? Why?
現在のこの場は反魔法力が非常に強く。
Like I said, I do not think she's strong enough to overcome that many people's, like, shit. My apologies. Here under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong.
何よそれ。人間がいるからダメって どういう理屈？
What? You can't do it because humans are here. That's your logic?
人間を殺すのがあんたたちの役目でしょ？
Isn't killing humans what you do?
それができないならあんたたちは何のための家具なのよ。
If you can't do that, then what use are you as furniture?
死ね！
Die.
お許しください。エンジ様。
Please spare me, Lady Angie, and then blah.
She clutched her head with both arms and also turned white and fell down face first. The neck really did seem to be the most fragile part. It broke off weightily and rolled over to Belphegor's
人
feet.
間が多いからダメなの？じゃあ私が後でこいつらを一人ずつ物陰に呼び出せたならあんたたちはきっちり全員を血祭りにできるというの？
Can't do it because there are too many humans. And if I were to call them into the shadows later, one by one, you're saying you guys can make a bloodbath of all of them.
現在のエンジェ様の魔力では私たちとしかしこの場にいる全ての人間の前で権限するにはまだまだ魔力の連成が足りません。
With your current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us. However, you still lack the training and magical power to manifest us in front of all of the humans.
お怒りは深く理解できますが、たとえ我らを攻撃に使えたとしても、この場の全員を殺害することはかえって状況を悪くするだけです。
I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack, murdering everyone here would only make the situation
屈辱
worse.
的とは思いますが、どうかこの場は怒りを収められて。
I do think it humiliating, but please, we can control your anger for the time being.
あとの3人も同じ答えなの？反魔法力が高いからできないっていう？
Will I get the same answer for the remaining 3? Going to tell me you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great?
私に魔力が足りないからできないっていう？
Going to tell me you can't do it because my magical power is too weak?
なら全員を殺せとは言わないわ。たった一人でいいから殺してみなさいよ。
Then I won't ask you to kill all of them. Let's see you just kill one.
今すぐこの場で！
Right here, right now.
Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other. They crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they had been able to obey my order, they would probably have carried it out immediately. Yet, they were crouching down, empty, sad, and pathetic. That's right, I knew it. These girls can't touch reality with even a single one of their fingers.
Belzy, I'm scared. Belzy.
Yeah, and this is definitely a self-destruction reaction, basically.
Mm-hmm. Lady Angie, spare us. Spare us. I don't want to die.
死になさいよ、使えないか。どうして生きてるの？あんた生きてる価値がないのになんで生きてるわけ？
Now you're just saying what they're saying.
Yeah, really.
Die, useless furniture. Why are you guys even alive? Why are you alive when your lives are worthless?
死ねばいいじゃん。死になさいよ。
You could just die. Die.
というかむしろ死ね。
Drop fucking
使
dead.
い道のない家具を置いとくバカがいると思う？
Do you think there's anyone stupid enough to leave furniture lying around without a use?
Oof.
やめてくれ。何？マモ。
Please stop, Lady Angie. What is it, man?
あなただけは私の命令を遂行してくれるの？
Will you be the only one to fulfill my order?
そうよね。私の一番のお友達だもんね。
Of course you will. You're my best friend.
あなただけはやってくれるわよね。
You alone will do what the other will.
こいつらを
Kill them.
今のエンジェ様には主にできることを手伝うのが家具の役目。
As you are now, Lady Anne, even if you use us, you're not capable of committing murder. It is the duty of
主に
furniture
す
to
ら
help
で
with
きない
the
こ
things
とを
its master.
私たちにはすることができない。
Things that even the master can't do, we can.
エンジェ様はこいつらが憎いですか？
Do you hate these girls, Lady Ange?
憎いですよね。
You hate them, don't you?
殺したくなる気持ち、よくわかります。ええ、どうぞ。ならば殺しましょうよ、エンジェ様。
I understand why you want to kill them. Really, I do. Alright, in that case, let's go ahead and kill them, Lady Ange.
エンジェ様自らがその手を血に染めるならば、我ら煉獄の七姉妹、どこまでもお供しましょうとも。どこまでも。
If you will stain your own hands with blood, then we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will go along with however far. However far.
私にできないからあんたたちに頼んでるんでしょ。
I'm asking you guys because I can't do it myself, aren't I?
私にできないことをできるからあんたたちは家具なんでしょ。
Isn't being able to do things I can't the thing that makes you furniture?
ええ、家具で使われてこそ家具です。
Yes, we are furniture. Furniture to be used.
どうぞ我らを使って殺してください。
Please, go ahead and use us to kill.
殺すのはあなたです、エンジェ様。
You'll be the one killing, Lady Ange.
エンジェ様が殺したいと言うならどうぞご自由に。
If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my
た
guest.
めらうことはありません。どうぞ今すぐにそれを実行。
No need to hesitate. Please, go and carry it out right now.
そこまでの覚悟が伴って初めて、自らの手を汚す覚悟があって初めて、我ら
Once you have
は
that
それを
level
お
of
手伝いいたしましょう。
resolve, once you're prepared to dirty your own hand, then we will help.
でもエンジェ様はそれに至っていないんです。
But you haven't reached that stage.
語るな家具が。
Don't speak, Furniture.
妄想が
The delusion.
もう分かってるわよ。皆まで言わせないでよ。あんたたちには何もできない。
I get it already. Don't make me say it all out loud. You guys can't do anything.
あんたたちは所詮私の妄想、幻想、アクチューム。
You're nothing more than my delusions, illusions, daydreams.
私には初めから友達なんて一人もいないわ。孤独な私が心の中に生み出したお友達ごっこの幻影でしょ。
I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning. You're just a phantom. Pretend lonely old, pretend to friend the lonely old me created inside my heart, aren't you?
知ってたのよ、最初から。
I knew that from the very beginning.
へえ、そうですよ。エンジェ様の頭の中の幻想ですけど何か。
Yes, that's right. We're a fantasy inside your head. Got a problem with
は
that?
い、そうです。
Yes, it's true.
私たちは友達のただ一人もいやしない。寂しい寂しいエンジェ様の心を慰めるためだけに生み出されたお友達ごっこの脳内妄想ですが何か。
We're just imaginary friends created to soothe the lonely, lonely Lady Angie's hearts because she doesn't have a single solitary friend. Want to say something about it?
見たければ現実を見るといい。私たちなんか見ないで。あそこで囲まれて罵声を浴びせられているあなたに戻るといい。
If you want to look at reality, just look at it. Stop looking at us and go back to being yourself over there. To be boxed in and bombarded with abuse.
ほらほら戻りなさいよ。お帰りなさいな現実に。
Go on then. Go on. Back you go. Back to reality.
都合のいい時だけ私たちを呼び出してお友達ごっこで。
Just call on us only when it's convenient for you and pretend you have friends.
自分の手を汚す覚悟もないくせにそれをけしかけ、ダメと分かったら否定して消し去る。
Set us on your enemies when you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands and deny and erase us once you realize that's not gonna work.
ええ、どうぞお楽しみくださいよ。エンジェ様が期待されるような苦悶の声と悲鳴を上げて退場しますとも。
Yes, I'll leave with a shriek of anguish. Anguish? Anguish just like you want. Go ahead and enjoy it.
エンジェ様がたった今浴びせられている罵声を私たちにも同じように浴びせかけて胸の内をスーッとさせるがいいです。
Just copy the jeering that you're being bombarded with. Do the same to us to get it off your chest.
それもまた家具の役目。ムカついて床に叩きつけられることもまた椅子の大事なお役目ですから。
That too is the duty of furniture. Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty.
その程度のことで主の不機嫌を一時でも受け止められたなら家具としてこれほどの栄誉はありません。
If by that trifling service we can manage to absorb our master's bad mood even for an instant, there can be no greater honor for her.
殺しなさいよ。否定しなさいよ。あなたの最初で最後の友達よ。
Kill me, deny me, your first and final friend.
At the end, Mammon had a derisive expression on her face. But for some reason, it looked like teardrops had scattered from her eyes. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus smashed to pieces and rolled across the floor.
こっちへおいで、作太郎。今のエンジェは少し冷静じゃないだけ。
Come over here, Sakataro. Angie is just a little agitated right now. That is a, understatement and a half, Maria.
Yeah, this is how Maria manages a life.
So you mustn't get close.
みんなは7姉妹のみんなは生きてるの？
What about the others? Are the seven sisters alive?
死んじゃったの？
They die?
大丈夫だよ。とても無残な姿だけど、あれは人間界を強制退去させられて残されたよりしろの残滓。
It's alright, it looks very gruesome, but those are the remains of their vessels after they were forcibly evicted from the human
抜け
world.
殻だよ。
They're shells that have been shed,
だから大丈夫。
so it's
と
alright.
ても傷ついただろうけど、無事だよ。
They're probably deeply hurt, but they're
み
safe.
んな生きてるよ。
They're all alive.
きっといつかまた会えるよ。
I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday.
ウリュ、よかった。よかった。
Thank goodness, thank goodness.
エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの条約に違反した。同盟の魔女はお互いを敬い認め合わなくちゃならないのに。
Angie,
こんなひどいこと。
you violated the Treaty of Mariage Sorcière, doing such a horrible thing. Even the witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one
みん
another.
なエンジェの大切な
They were all your
お
precious
友達だっ
friends.
たのに。
そんな魔女の同盟なんて関係ない。魔法のお友達？いい加減にして。
No witches alliance has anything to do with this. Magic friends, give me a break.
私が殺したわ。消し去った。
I killed them, erased them.
私が7姉妹を砕け散らせた。
I smashed the seven
ウ
sisters.
リュ、そんなのひど
It
い
would be
よ。
interesting if this is when their most of their vessels broken. Like the physical stakes.
Yeah, like I don't even know the condition of the physical stakes, but
I know Mammon's is the only one that's intact.
yeah, that they
Because
have
of that last
on
scene
hand.
last week.
Yeah, yeah. Uryu, that's so cruel, so cruel.
もう魔女ごっこはいい加減にして。お願いだから、マリアお姉ちゃんもサクタロも自ら消えてほしい。
Give it a rest with this playing witches thing, please. Maria and Sakataro, I want you to disappear by yourselves.
私が殺して消したなんて妄想の中ですらしたくないから。
Because even amid my delusions, I don't kill or erase you.
僕たちはエンジェのお友達だよ。ウリュ。
We aren't delusions. We're your friends, Angie. Sakataro sobbed those words as he hid behind Maria. Sakataro doesn't exist. Sakataro is also a delusion. Maria created to distract herself from her loneliness.
ウリュ。痛い。痛いよ。マリ
It hurts, Maria.
ア。なんで
Why?
ウリュ。
やめて。私のお友達を否定することだけは許さない。
Stop it. Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit. The same power that had smashed the Seven Sisters was probably eating into Sakataro as well. But Maria was apparently protecting him with some other power, so Sakataro's form didn't break or scatter. Maria glared at me sharply, a serious expression that she had never shown me
サ
before.
ク太郎は私の家具。エンジェには消せないよ。
Sakataro is my furniture. You cannot erase him,
なのに
Angie.
否定しようとするのは魔女にとって最大級の侮蔑も同じだよ。
That you would try to deny him regardless is the greatest contempt you could show a witch.
サク太郎なんてただのライオンのぬいぐるみ。それをお姉ちゃん
Sakataro
が
never existed in the
あた
first
かも
place.
存在
He's
す
just
る
a
かの
lion
ように
stuffed
脳
animal.
内で妄想して人格化したただの幻なのよ。
Just a phantom you personified in the delusions inside your own mind.
そんなことないよ。サク太郎はマリアのお友達なの。
That's not true. Sakataro is my
元
friend.
はぬいぐるみだけど、今はぬいぐるみじ
He
ゃない
was a stuffed
の。
animal once, but now he isn't.
いいえ、ぬいぐるみ、布と綿でできたぬいぐるみ。
No, he's a stuffed animal. Stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton.
自ら喋れも動きもしない。
He can't move or talk
お
by
姉ちゃ
himself.
んはそれを腹話術みたいにして喋ってるだけじゃない。
You're just talking for him like a ventriloquist.
それが魔法？それが魔女？
Is that what you call magic? Is that what you call a witch?
それが友達？
Is that what you call a friend?
そんなの私は認めないわ。
I can't accept that.
ウリュウ、僕じゃないの。
Am I not me?
僕は
Am I just a stuffed animal that
本当は
can't really talk and not your
友達じゃ
friend
ないの。
after all?
リュウ
As though plagued by high fever, Sakataro weakened bit by bit. He clung to Maria's body. He did all he could to continue standing. His body began to slip down bit by bit. As he did, Maria held him and screamed at me as tears streamed down her face.
やめて。魔法の毒でサク太郎を焼かないで。
Stop it. Don't burn Sakataro with the anti-magic toxin. Don't bully him. Don't insult him. Don't deny him.
マリアお姉ちゃん変なの。
This is his little baby, Angie.
Yeah, little baby Angie, so I guess I'll go. Maria, you're weird.
サク太郎なんかい
There
ない
is
よ。
no Sakataro.
ぬいぐるみはぬいぐるみだもん。
Stuffed animals are stuffed
布
animals.
と綿でできてるってママに習ったもん。
I learned from Mama that they're made of cloth and
歩
cotton.
いたり喋ったりなんか
There's no way they can walk or talk.
ウリュウ。サク太郎ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。友達だもん。
He's not a stuffed animal. He's not a stuffed animal. He's a friend.
ぬいぐるみ遊びなんかよりみんなでお外で遊ぶ方がいい。
Don't want to play with stupid animals. Let's all play
ぬい
outside.
ぐるみもう飽きた。
I'm bored with animals now.
エンジなんかもう知らない。
No, you're not my friend anymore.
なんでそんなこと言うの。嫌い。
Why would you say that? I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
絶好だ。もう魔女の仲間になんか入れてあげない。
You're not my friend. I won't let you be one of us witches
原初
anymore.
の魔女見習いマリアの名において
Upon my name, the apprentice witch of origins,
魔女
Maria.
見習いエンジェをマリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟より署名とする。
I hereby expel the apprentice witch Ange from the Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. And then, those tranquil days of mine, now merely a waking dream, came to an end. At this point, it's unverifiable. No one can verify whether that really was magic and those really were my friends, or else whether it was all nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that those girls were figments of my imagination. So that became the truth. Perhaps further in the future, I will observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I will acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, and that the Seven Sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria and Sakataro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so big it's neither the truth nor even an illusion. Maybe the reality that's here and now is the only real world with the real me. Where is the real me? The person standing among the girl's shameful remains, resembling broken glass sculptures, breathing harshly and shoulders heaving, that is not me. The place I am is over there. One boxed in by the crowd, the one being subjected to constant verbal abuse, the one hanging her head with clearly red eyes. Me over there. Isn't that the real me? Won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere for me to run. I'll go back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh.
ねえ、話。いつまでもうつむいていても、何の解決にもなりませんわよ。
Hey, are you listening to us? Standing there hanging your head forever won't solve anything, you know.
聞こえてるわ。
I hear you.
ああ、やっとこのまま黙ってれば終わるとか、泣けば許してもらえるとか、そういうこと考えてるんじゃないの？
You finally answered. Are you thinking that this will end eventually if you just stay silent, or that we'll forgive you if you cry or something like that? We're asking if you are
自分
aware.
が周りに迷惑かけてるって自覚があるのかって聞いてんのよ。
We're asking if you are aware of the trouble you're causing those around you. I slowly nodded. I admitted it. I admitted that I had been spending my time in a waking dreamland trying to remain separate from the others in my class. Those friends who had spoken to me with such kind and hopeful words, yet who couldn't offer me any help at all now in the moment I truly wanted it, to move on from them and to sully them. I admitted it.
私、後ろ宮エンジェは協調性がなくてクラスメートに迷惑をかけました。
I, Ushiromiya, caused trouble for classmates. Cooperate bad.
それは勉強ができないため、
Fucking
クラスメート全体に対し過度の劣等感を持っていたからに他なりません。
The reason for it is nothing more than my excessive inferiority complex towards all classmates because of my inability to study.
私は生きてても仕方ありません。
There's no point in me being alive.
Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph they had made me write. It was my improvisation, and what was in my heart. They also noticed it wasn't what they had anticipated. But while they did frown, no one spoke, so I continued.
そうです。私は生きてても仕方がなかった。
That's right, there was
1986
no
年
point in
のあ
my
の
life
日に
continuing.
私も連れて行ってもらうはずだったんです。
I was meant to be taken with them on that day in
なのに
86.
私だけが連れて行ってもらえなかった。
And yet I was the only one who didn't get to be taken.
そして私はここは私のいる世界じゃない。
Why am I here? This isn't the world I'm meant to be
誰
in.
も助けてくれません。
No one will save me
一
here.
時私の中に生まれた架空の友人たちだけが私を助けてくれるような気がしていました。でも友人たちは所詮は妄想で助けてなどくれなかった。
For a time, I felt as though the fictional friends I created inside myself would save me. Those friends were nothing more than a delusion. They did no such thing.
でここは妄想の世界じゃなくて現実の世界だから。
After all, this isn't a fantasy world. It's the real
だから
world.
つまり私は今日までずっと現実のクラスメートを嫌い、妄想の友人たちとの交流の中だけに生きた。
So in short, up until today, I've been living in a daydream. First to my real classmates, I lived only by interacting with friends in my
そ
delusion.
の友人たちとはさっき決別しました。
Just now, I split up with those
だから
friends.
私がここにいます。
Here I am.
家族もいません。友人も捨てました。もう私には何も残っていません。
I have no family. I discarded my friends. There's no longer anything left
ど
for me.
うして死なないの？さっきそう聞いた
Why
人
haven't
が
I
いました。
died? One of you asked me that just now.
その通りだと思います。
I think you're absolutely
どう
right.
して私は生きてるんでしょう。
Why am I alive, I wonder?
1986年に私は
I should have
死
been
んでい
dead
る
in
はずだったんです。
1986.
いえ、きっと死んだんです。
No, I did die then, I'm sure of it.
なのに
Woo, Survivor's Guild.
私の殺された魂
Yeah.
は未だに
That's what that's called,
この
everyone,
肉
by
の
the
檻
way.
に閉じ込められてい
That's
る。
Survivor's Guild right there. That's
Yep.
what it looks like. But even so, my soul that was killed is still locked up inside the cage of flesh.
だから誰かに求めよ
So I'll ask this of you.
う。それに誰も答えてくれないなら
If no one responds,
自分でしよう
myself.
誰か私死なせてください。
someone, please let me die.
I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls, shocked girls, girls who looked like they didn't know what this kid was saying. And after a small delay, more and more girls with faces that said, "Is this kid alright?" Whisperers, mutterings, giggling. Then I ordered my friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill, but of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't that mean that everything, absolutely everything in this world included, is all a daydream? And what's the problem? After all, on that day when I lost my entire family, I already died. All the days since have been the delusions of a wrongful survivor, delusions of a life flashing before my eyes. Once I understood that, it felt like all the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. I'm finally going to wake up. I'm going to be released from this world of waking dreams. Felt my consciousness sliding away. That's alright. Fade further and further away and take me to my family. Therefore, no matter what unfolded in this twisted, faded world, I paid it no mind at all. Saw the crowd get pushed aside as a teacher stepped in. Perhaps a teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Upon seeing that and learning that Nalai had appeared for me, even if only one, felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who can save me in the real world are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek salvation from daydreams. This is the human world. The only one who can save a human are other humans. Yes, if that's what you think, then that's your world, Angie. Can Angie become happy this way? Angie believes that this is the only way to become happy, then it is the only way. She cannot accept that the blue bird in the cage for what it is, then she must go and search forever. Maria, are you breaking off relations with Angie? No, nothing like that. I only did that because it was what Angie wanted. The witches are sometimes persecuted. However, we are always close by. And our aid will surely be sought. Will the day come when Angie will play with us again? It may be that it never comes and we will simply be forgotten. In the human world, they call that growing up or moving on. Still. If Angie just remembers, we will always be by her side. And until then, we will be waiting. Boy, that sure was a fucking downer.
Yeah. What are you giggling at?
So are we thinking of ending it here?
Yeah, sounds good.
Alright. And let me save. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Yep. Thank you all for joining us. We will. I will be back tomorrow with Nate for some Elven, but then Mal and I will be back on Thursday, probably, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, we will try to be back on this Thursday.
We've been having some issues lately.
Indeed.
Not like either of our faults either. It's like insomnia, sickness, or like other shit going on. So we're trying, all right?
Yeah. So, if you check in the down below for either of our channels or the YouTube video, you will see links. On the YouTube side, you will get links to my Twitch or Cat's Twitch. And on Cat's Twitch, you will get a link to their Discord, their Kara.
Twitter and, yeah, my Kara. There we go. Ooh, or hey, fuck.
Otherwise, we will see you next time.
Yep. We're done. Done.